guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Okay, what do you say? You about ready to call it a week? Yeah, short week, no doubt about it. But as I look at the calendar, there I see 3rd day of June. That means Friday. Friday coming on. We'll take a TGIF. although this weekend will feel like a fast one because it'll be a normal, regular old weekend. Hey, first we got to get to a Friday. Let's get it underway. Welcome aboard. I'm Steve Sommers. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker in Cincinnati, Ohio. OvernightDriveRadio.com. On your Android, your iPhone, just go to your respective app store. Type that in, OvernightDriveRadio.com. Pretty simple. And welcome to our friends listening via TNCRadio.live. Pretty much the same. You got the iPhone, the Android, any web streaming device, Alexa, of course, or even Get Me Radio on your internet-connected television. So here we go. As I look around the country, not a bad night. Matter of fact, probably the quietest night as far as the radar is concerned that we have seen literally all week long. As night after night, we've had areas of the country dealing with severe weather, torrential rain, flooding concerns. As far as the map is concerned tonight, well, all I'm looking at is just a few small areas with some flash flood issues. Parts of Tennessee, south central and southwestern Tennessee, there is still a lingering cluster of showers and thunderstorms. That's what's been dropping some heavy rain. Right now, it's pretty much right between that stretch between Nashville and Knoxville. So again, some heavy rain in the mix there. A few other clusters of showers. You see some spotty shower activity. There are some storms down toward Baton Rouge, Louisiana. South central, southeastern Louisiana. May see a few showers pushing through New Orleans overnight. Some spotty showers on up into southeastern Arkansas, but the big picture is relatively quiet. Shower activity northeastern Pennsylvania. Hey, the rains are moving in from just south of Binghamton, New York. Scranton, PA. Things pushing now east of State College. There are a few pockets of heavier rain in the mix there as well. Cluster of showers right down toward Washington, D.C. That'll be pushing over across Delaware through the overnight hours, and we see a few spotty showers in central portions of West Virginia tonight. Everything well east of Charleston, but a few pockets of heavy rain there. All eyes are now, though, focused on the Florida Peninsula, where currently it's pretty much high and dry, but you don't have to get too far south. Matter of fact, rains are going to be encroaching on Key West probably through the overnight hours tonight. And we see our system that is organizing throughout much of Cuba. They're dealing with torrential rains. We're talking our first organized tropical system of the 22 Atlantic hurricane season, pretty much right on cue. June 1 kicked off the hurricane season. Forecasters say a point emphasized by the issuance of a tropical storm watch for mainland USA. That is for parts of southern Florida, including Golden Gate, the Florida Keys, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach. A strengthening tropical system is poised to deliver torrential rain in the days ahead. Now, regardless of whether this thing even strengthens into a depression or tropical storm, Friday is here prior to the weekend. This tropical depression will begin to send some torrential rains into southern Florida. The system is currently described as a tropical rainstorm, will organize slowly, likely to become Tropical Storm Alex over the waters surrounding the Florida Peninsula, or maybe right over the Sunshine State itself, which would be kind of unusual. AccuWeather forecasters have been tracking this all week long, dubbed as Invest 91L. Midweek, Wednesday, the Hurricane Center then designated a potential tropical cyclone late Thursday afternoon. The government agency may begin to issue those tropical storm watches for areas in the path of the storm. They may begin to send Hurricane Hunter aircraft to investigate the brewing system. That should have been going on. It may be happening as we speak this evening. Now, forecasters note satellite imagery shows this system's looking much better organized late Thursday morning, continuing to signal signs of development in that zone of tropical moisture near the eastern shoreline of, first of all, Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. Some of the moisture is actually left over from the former Hurricane Agatha that struck southwestern Mexico back on Memorial Day, Monday. There was a similar setup that occurred back in 2020 when then Tropical Storm Amanda moved inland over Guatemala, diminished, but then helped spawn Tropical Storm Cristobal that later hit the central Gulf Coast of the United States. This system has been dealing with some wind shear over the past several days. That is all diminishing as we head toward the weekend. There's a chance the tropical rainstorm could strengthen into a full-blown named tropical storm while over the Florida Peninsula. Now, this will be some beneficial rain initially, as some portions of South Florida have been abnormally dry, drought conditions that have unfolded through the spring thus far. But too much rain in too short of a time will be causing flooding in urban and low-lying areas. Motorists, pedestrians, be prepared to take alternate routes in locations that are prone to flooding during times of heavy rain. Now, we look at much of that zone from the Florida Keys to the Everglades to the Miami area, forecasting generally 8 to 12 inches of rainfall, storm max totals possibly approaching 20 inches, and much of that is going to fall in 24 hours' time. Definitely enough to cause flooding. Rainfall amounts 4 to 8 inches, of course, anticipated across western Cuba. But as the storm gains strength, it begins to produce some stiff winds. That's going to cause the seas and the surf to begin building starting today and on into Saturday. Conditions likely to become dangerous for boaters, swimmers, rip currents will be frequent. Depending on how quickly this ramps up, minor coastal flooding may develop later today, then continue Saturday, especially around the Florida Keys. As the storm strengthens while crossing Florida and the adjacent waters, locally severe thunderstorms, the risk of tornadoes and water spouts. As the storm swings northeastward over the Atlantic later this weekend into probably the mid-portions of next week, we will be talking rough surf, strong rip currents, minor beach erosion expanding northward. Now, obviously, many of the East Coast beaches already hit hard earlier in the spring when we had that slow-moving non-tropical storm that was just parked off the eastern seaboard for several days there. Now, since much of the rain may precede the center of the storm as it moves across Florida, weather may actually improve rather significantly Saturday afternoon in southwestern Florida, and much of central and southern counties of the state should be mainly dry. You'll see peaks of sunshine warming up on Sunday. Highs low to mid-80s, likely in the rain zone from Friday into Saturday. But in the sunshine, Sunday, widespread highs jump into the upper 80s to middle 90s. But there you go. All eyes focused on the Florida Peninsula for our first tropical system of the season. So here we go. First Friday in the month of June. Yes, the boss man, Chris Gabrelchik, joins us here momentarily. First, let's jump on, see the stream chat. I neglected to get that started till about a minute past the midnight hour, so I probably missed a half dozen folks checking in. First I got was the legendary Big Moose himself. Over the mountain to the moon, down in the valley of the shadow, ride, boldly ride. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Thank you, Moose. There's Joe Self on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive. Listeners have a muggy 68 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. But hey, at least it's Friday. Everybody have a great weekend. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 73 at this hour in York, Nebraska. Shout out to the Hall of Fame Carolina monkey gouger from Parks Livestock of Nebraska. All right. Hello, Timothy. There's John Ferguson. Howdy, y'all. GM parts train headed back to Grand Rapids. Took some photos and a brief live stream from the thunderstorms we had near Spring Hill earlier. Right now, a comfy 68 degrees in E-Town, Kentucky, headed northbound. Stay safe out there. Good morning from Mr. Q. There's the Michigan Madman. Hey, lo and behold, another record gas price today. Not a good one. Thanks, Joe. Morning, Deborah. Nice 69 here in Indiana. Great baseball and riding weather. Yes, indeed. Hello to Pappy on board there. Let's go. Brandon James checks in. Let's see. We've got copy in the mail. There you go. Chevy guy. Coffee in the cup holder. Copy in the mail. Larry on board, which obviously means good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. One more round to go. Indeed. Hey, hello, Rowan. The grandson, young Rowan, says, hey, Papaw. Tuned in as we get things underway. Yeah, hey, it's spring break. He can stay up as late as he wants. Play them video games, right? Hello to Todd. Morning, y'all. My last day hauling auto parts. The new adventure starts Wednesday. We'll be teaming, dedicated, hauling Starbucks coffee from the East Coast to the West Coast. Everybody be safe. There you go. Roman says, I'm watching your show. All right. He's got us on the YouTube this morning. Hello to the Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve and Chris, the most informed audience on at least 3 out of 4 hemispheres. Got up a chilly 57 as we head toward a sunny 76 degrees here in mid-Michigan for our Friday. Have a great show as always. AJ Bama on board. Let's go, Brandon. More intentional destruction every day. Let's see. There's Malpractice on board. Running team with my BFF Birdman, hauling 80,000 baby chicks in North Carolina tonight. Temperatures in the low 70s. Hammer down as we head toward the Outer Banks. Everybody be safe. All right, baby chicks to the Outer Banks, huh? All right, Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in with 58 degrees at this hour. And thanks for all checking in out of the box. Fly in the ointment. North Carolina in the house. There you go. And one more, John. Morning, going south in Kentucky. On my way to Glade Springs, Virginia. Thank you, John. Good to have you on board with us. All right, well, yeah, gas prices, yeah, another record. Surprise, surprise. It's like every single day. Now, just be prepared. The Biden administration, the energy secretary, held a press conference this past afternoon there in Tampa, Florida. We expect prices to stay above $4 per gallon for the foreseeable future. Now, there's no end in sight. The Department of Energy has an Energy Information Administration, which supposedly they call an objective entity that analyzes and projects the prices of gasoline. They're saying things might stabilize by the end of the year, but the price of gasoline is likely to remain above $4 per gallon. You know, the thing about it is, in many, many areas around the country, the price is now in more and more states approaching and exceeding $5 per gallon for regular unleaded. The Commerce Secretary was also questioned by reporters in regards to the high prices. The Commerce Secretary said, this is the biggest issue we face right now. The economy's strong, the labor market's good, but inflation is a reality. And yes, people are struggling. No one has a crystal ball. The news from the Biden administration as gas prices hit a national average of $4.71 per gallon this past day. Yes, the new record, according to AAA. The West Coast, highest average price. California leads the way. I mean, regular unleaded averaging $6.21 per gallon. The states of Washington, Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, not far behind, but still in all those states in excess of $5 per gallon. Meanwhile, Illinois and Indiana experienced higher than normal average prices for being in the Midwest. Those two states are also at or nearing $5 per gallon, while the bordering states of Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Kentucky closer to $4.50 per gallon. I know in our area we're seeing some stations at $4.79. Kim is in LaPorte, Indiana. She just posted $5.39 for regular. That kind of confirms Indiana. Do you think gas will hit $6 per gallon in the South? Yeah, based on the trends right now, I mean, especially the fact that we just kicked off the summer driving season, which, as we explained last evening, according to AAA, it's going to be the summer travel season from hell. Get ready for plenty of airline cancellations, a lack of rental cars, increasing hotel prices, and obviously, you're going to be hammered at the pump all summer long. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Chris Gabrelchik joins us right after this 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, plenty to talk about as we roll into a Friday. It's the first time we've had the chat in about 2 months, as Chris had prior engagements there for our May get-together. Morning, boss man. How's things going?
Doing great, buddy. How are you doing?
Doing well. Had a good Memorial Day weekend. Finally got the pool opened up. Very chilly water, but everything up and running. We did the Ark Encounter. You familiar with that there in Kentucky, the Noah's Ark thing over the Memorial Day weekend?
How was it? I've seen the commercials for it or ads for it, but I've never gone, but I thought about it.
I give it a big 2 thumbs up. I think you'd really enjoy it. I just try to pick a day where it's not going to be 95 degrees. It was a very comfortable day. We got like into the middle 70s, But I said to the wife, I said, could you imagine being out here if it was 95 outside? It'd be pretty toasty. But yeah, two thumbs up. I thought it was really spectacular. Obviously, we went on the Saturday kicking off Memorial Day weekend, and I had no idea the number of people. I was just astounded by how many people were there, but it was great.
That's exciting. That's great to hear. I'll have to make sure I go down there and check it out. How did Kyle do last month when he filled in for me?
Oh, it was great. Yeah, obviously, we talked a little more racing than we typically would with you, but he always gets some of his racing friends on board. I know he's actually, where's he at? He's over in Indiana. He posted the schedule, the Ultimate Call-Out Jet big race weekend that all starts today. As a matter of fact, I guess he sent me the whole schedule. Gets underway at 8 o'clock this morning. And they'll have things going till well into the evening hours today. So maybe we'll run down some of that schedule coming up. But yeah, Kyle always does great.
That man has got racing on the brain, and I know he's listening, so that's okay.
Well, you better get some rest at some point in time, because I don't know what time he's got to be over there. But I guess the vendors arrive at 8 o'clock in the morning, and Hot Shot Secret is a vendor at the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. So.
Yeah, we've got the whole team out there this week, so it's a big show. It's excuse me, it's really exciting in terms of the racing and the pulling and the dynos. Kind of surprised me. So those that don't know, the call out challenge is to find the best diesel builder. The first day, if I remember this right, you've got the schedule, but when I was there a couple of years ago, it seemed like the first day they did drag races or time races to see who can get the fastest diesel truck. And the second day was dynos, where they actually bring dynos out on the field and check the engines to see how much horsepower you're able to generate. Then the third day, I think they do sled pulls. But, I'm thinking to myself, who wants to watch a dyno? But holy smokes, man, there's a bunch of people in the stands watching them. And, it's crazy. They can, take a 300 horsepower engine and get 3,000 horsepower of, power out of it. By doing modifications and things like that, and that's how they get rated. So whoever has the most points at the end, that's the winner, and they're considered to be the best diesel builder. So it's you have to meet all three criteria. But it's an exciting event. A lot of people go to it,
and it's always cool to see the builders that are Hot Shot Secret guys that use your products in their engines, and I think they've fared very well in previous Ultimate Call-Out challenges. Correct?
Correct. Since we've entered this, we've been the number one. And I think, all the top guys are using our products. And I think probably what makes that work is that we work with them. We're small enough and agile enough to, I don't say to care, I'm sure every company cares, but we're small enough and agile enough to call and personally work with them and try to make things work. They work. Our guys work intimately with them. So if they say, hey, we're having troubles with bearings or something like that, we'll go back to the drawing board and keep modifying the formula until we get what they need. And then what we found is that makes a great partnership with them, because it gives us research and development opportunities that we can bring to a semi-truck. We find, hey, this works better than that, or this formula works a little bit better than that one. So then we're able to bring that to the commercial market. So to us, it's a research and development expense, but it seems like it works out really well.
That's cool.
And the racers love it, of course.
So a big, I know it's Friday, Saturday. I think it's all three. Is it Friday, Saturday, Sunday? I'll double check on that. But yeah, I think it's all 3 days, like the dyno one day, drag racing, and they do pooling, I believe, on one of the days as well.
Yeah, yep, that's right. Sunday. So Friday would be drag racing, Saturday is the dynos, and then Sunday is the pooling. And the year I was there, it was freezing cold. We were selling hoodies like crazy. So it sounds like they're going to have a much better weekend this weekend weather-wise.
I know that, Deborah said it's 68 there at this hour, and she's up there in that neck of the woods. I don't know, is that northern Indiana or down toward Indianapolis? I'm not even really sure.
I believe it's just like on the northwest corner of Indianapolis.
Okay.
Or southwest corner. Something. It's not too far. It's on one of the suburbs, so I think.
All right, let me see. So it's been, I got to ask, are you in the southern home front or in the Ohio home front?
Oh, I'm in Ohio.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I've been here since late March. Yeah.
So you say wintertime's over. You really you like being out of Dodge during the winter months. So I was just kind of curious because all the talks about Florida, and you've told me several times. Are you if you were there, is your home 20? Would that be in the zone of some of the heavy rain and all that they're talking about, the flooding this weekend?
We're on the west coast, about halfway down, maybe an hour south, 2 hours south of Tampa. Down in Venice is the place where it is, but just south of Sarasota. So I'm not sure if they're getting the flooding or not. We've been focused on all the things going on here at LSI, and just the industry changes. But my brain is on work mode way more than it needs to be these days.
Yeah, it's about the southern half of the state. I mean, I was looking. They've got the tropical storm watches. As a matter of fact, all the way from about Cape Canaveral, I guess, on the east side, all the way down to the Florida Keys.
Okay. So that would be the opposite side of the state. So hopefully it won't hit us. I'm planning on going down Monday.
I'm talking about if you're on Cape Canaveral on the east side. I mean, it's from the entire southern peninsula. So from there, all the entire southern half of the state. So I think you'd probably fall in the mix there. Yeah, they're in central Florida, but yeah, they're gonna. Sounds like the nastiest flooding is gonna be in southern portions of the state, down toward Fort Lauderdale, Miami, and all that.
When is it supposed to land?
The rains are going to start moving in overnight tonight. So, like through the day, Friday, things are going to go downhill. Saturday is supposed to probably be the most significant rain. And as I mentioned, things begin to kind of clear out from west to east by Sunday.
Well, that's good. I'm supposed to head down on Monday, so hopefully it'll all be.
Okay. All right. There you go. You'll get to go down and see how much rain you got.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the radar off the coast there. I mean, Key West is the rains are beginning to move in. Some feisty thunderstorms over, just south of Miami. Then the heavy rains all the way down across Cuba, down into, the Caribbean, and extending all the way back toward Cancun. It's a pretty broad system that's really supposed to begin winding up, strengthening later today. So you might want to just kind of follow that. Tune into the Weather Channel this weekend. They'll be following it live because there ain't nothing else to talk about.
Okay.
All right. So Chris Gabrelchik joins us. We're going to be talking lubrication specialties, Hot Shot Secret. It's 844-844-3388 for our regulars. Of course, you know the drill. Jump on in here. It's the first time we've had a chance to chat with Chris in a couple of months. We always love to hear, especially from those who maybe have tried Hot Shot Secret in recent months. Obviously, we're talking about the record high fuel prices. Now, if you're not using the Hot Shot Secret products for the truckers out there, the everyday diesel treatment, you're going to be putting more money in your pocket. You're going to get better miles per gallon. And Lord knows we all need to be trying to save pennies, every penny we can save with these prices right now. Again, 844-844-3388, underway on a Friday. News break time, though, here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Multiple people were shot during a funeral in Racine. Police described the shooting as a critical incident and urge people to stay away from the Graceland Cemetery in Racine, Wisconsin. A spokesperson for the nearby hospital that all the people were taken to said that the hospital is currently on lockdown. It's Ascension All Saints Hospital. It is not immediately known if there were any fatalities. President Joe Biden says enough is enough.
This isn't about taking away anyone's rights. It's about protecting children. It's about protecting families. It's about protecting whole communities.
This is all as he delivered an address to the nation about the latest wave of mass shootings, attempting to increase pressure on Congress to pass stricter gun limits. This is USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. and it's always great to hear from them.
How willing they were to work with me, where everybody else just wanted to slam the door in my face. Second thing was just how quick and easy it was to go with Fellowship, because they really put it together quick for me.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
I recommend many people. I have my cousin, I have a friend at work, I have there's a lot of people who really need someone like Fellowship Home Loans.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779.
But I appreciate how quick and easy it was to work with Fellowship Home Loans. What a pleasant experience it was. They really put it together quick for me.
Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Airdog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see. Let me scroll down here. Santa Claus jumped in somewhere down the line. There you go. Top of the morning, 88 degrees here on base, Fort Irwin, California. 88. All right. Hello to the Unit 64 on board. Scrapyard. Waving all five at you. They're in Northwest Arkansas. Deborah says, happy Friday, everybody. So glad I get to see my special driver today. Everyone, including him, be safe out there and have a great weekend. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Drying out here on top of Fancy Gap. We've got a warm 66 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Okay, a couple others who we got down the line. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, where it's 71. Had a few sprinkles this past evening, a little distant thunder. Had a good visit with the oldest granddaughter today, though. The outright theft of our tax dollars. If they let this $10,000 loan payoff vote, this vote-getting bribe is what I referred to it. It's outrageous. And rather than trying to take our guns and ammo, the puppet should spend more time stopping the flood of people at the southern border. The incredibly high fuel prices, and on it goes. Good to hear Chris. I absolutely love his products. I tell as many people as I can about them. Have a great night and a better weekend. And everybody, be careful out there. All right. Thanks to all for checking in. All right. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Chris Gabrelchik, founder of Hot Shot Secret, creator of the Stiction Eliminator, some dozens of years ago. What was it, 12, 15 years, Chris?
2008. I started on 2005, but we finished it up in 2008. So about 13 years ago.
Okay. All right. Well, I like to give him the breakdown. Chris Gabrelchik, a tribologist is the word, and we like to talk anything as far as lubrication. We can talk about, hey, it's RV season, right? Time to get your RV ready to hit the road. We've got a full line of products for RVs through the Hot Shot Secret line. Just tell them a bit about yourself and what you'd like to discuss tonight.
Sure. I started the company back. Actually, this is our 25th anniversary for selling lubricants, but we focus primarily on specialty areas. Filtration, lubricants, additives, just a lot of the special things that we avoided commodities. So throughout that process, we made the Stiction Eliminator, we made the Diesel Extreme. We really keyed in on the diesels and the problems that diesel engines have because they are unique to the world versus industrial, commercial, oil field type applications or car, gasoline applications. And, through that, we've got the number one selling products on the shelf right now, the fastest growing product line on the shelf. And I usually come on the show once a month to answer questions and talk about new products. Unfortunately, we don't have any new products just because I went to the STLE, which is a Society of Tribology and Lubrication Engineers annual meeting last month. And it's the biggest meeting of the year. We all get together and talk about what's new and exciting. We look at a lot of scientific papers. We watch studies, that type of thing. But the buzz around the show was that nobody's come out with anything new in the last 2 years because of the supply chain issues, and the wasted opportunity. Now, when I say the show, I'm talking about like Lubrizol, Aft, and the big chemical companies around the world are all there. And, we kind of collaborate and find out what's new and exciting. How can we use different new things that they're working on? So, the main thing that everybody was talking about was how, with the supply chain disruption, almost everybody's time is spent 100% trying to find substitutes, other things to fill in. How can we can't get this product, so what can we use instead? They said, so we haven't really had time to use our research and development to produce new products and come up with new ideas. And, what a wasted opportunity that's been for the last 24 months that that's all we've been able to get done. And so anyway, that's what we do. So tonight, if we could talk about any problems you have, questions, if you have questions about lubricants, the business, the oil business, I'm tuned into that. And then, of course, fuel additives, that's my passion as far as what we do, adding things to the fuel to make it work better. That's what we get really excited about.
And, of course, improving miles per gallon. I mean, like even in the ads we're running, when I recorded that a little over, I guess, maybe 2 months ago, it's when we hit $5 per gallon for diesel. Well, hell, now we're in excess of $6 per gallon. Yeah, Santa Claus sent me the story from L.A. where they've got a station there charging $8 a gallon for regular unleaded gas, and he said it was $9.19 for diesel at this particular location. The everyday diesel treatment for the trucking community. Can you break down how they're going to potentially, obviously, save money? They could buy the product, put it in, get more miles per gallon, and have more money left over at the end of the day, correct?
Correct. And throughout, since we do have a little bit of time tonight, I can open up and give you all the details on how we tested it and how we make the claims that we make. But, in essence, when we developed the product, what we wanted to do is say, if you take everything from a tractor to, a semi-truck or a diesel pickup truck, what kind of conditions is this truck going to face? Well, we got storage issues, so we put a stabilizer in there. Well, we have, some moisture issues because, water kind of settles out. We want to deal with that. Once the moisture does settle out, if it does in the bottom of the tank, we have rust and corrosion issues. So we want to deal with that. We put a rust and corrosion inhibitor in there. Then we want to make sure that we have plenty of detergent in there. We want to keep that system as clean as possible. So when we buy detergents, you can buy standard treats, you can buy maintenance treats, and you can buy what they call top treat. Top treat is the most that you can put in there. Well, we go with top treat. It's got the most that you can put in there. And then, of course, we thought about lubricity. With today's diesel fuel being so dry, we wanted to make sure that the lubricity numbers were, top tier. So the way that looks is, hey, what did a high sulfur fuel look like in the day? What was the wear scar, which is like a test that we use to test that. It's called the HFRR. And then we test different additives in there and say, okay, this one gives us where we want to be so that fuel is better than it's ever been. So the idea was to attack everything from top to bottom, then, of course, the cetane to increase the cetane. So once we came up with the perfect formula, we test it out on the road. And we say, okay, let's take a diesel truck and run it 100 miles, under perfect conditions. Perfect conditions meaning the weather isn't changing, the humidity's not changing, the wind's not changing. So say a day like today where it's going to be 75 degrees and it's going to be that way for most of the day, we'll take that truck and run it 100 miles, hook up a computer to it. We'll fill it up with fuel before we start, get an exact reading. It'll say, your average was 1,532 RPMs and you drove 99.3 miles and you used this much fuel. So we'll get off the freeway. We'll put a treatment in like EDT or some formula that we're testing. We'll drive all the way back to the place we started and then run that whole gambit again. That way we're going over the same exact geographic area, so we don't have to worry about hills and that type of thing. We try to get in the slow lane and set the cruise control. So we'll maybe go 60 miles an hour, something like that, so that everybody has to go around us, and we make sure that you don't hit the brake. So our R&D team knows that if you hit the brake or you change any of the parameters, the test is no good, and you got to go over and start all the way over again. So that's how we've come up with these fuel economy things. So the next step after that is we put it on a dyno, and then on the dyno, they'll run different patterns, like, hey, here's city driving, here's national driving. And then the third step is we'll take it to an actual EPA certified location, which is, there's only few and far between in the country, like maybe 3 or 4 of them that I know of. And that's where, like if you go to buy a car at the car lot and it says it gets this fuel economy, that's where they get this number from. This is in Columbus here, it's called the Center of Automotive Research, and that's where Detroit sends their vehicles to be certified. So we'll take it there and have them do a test. Now, I tell you all that because when we say that we're getting a 3 to 5% increase in fuel economy, that's not just a claim we're stating. We did the test, and we did field tests ourselves, we did dynos, and then we took it and had it EPA certified. And we were able to get that kind of savings. And, the callers that call in will normally report anywhere from a 5 to 7% increase. But even at a 3% increase, which is about the minimum I've ever seen, that's, if you're looking at $6 diesel fuel, that's about 18 cents a gallon that you're saving. And that's probably the hard part here is, we talk about 3% increase, 4% increase, 5% increase. Well, heck, that doesn't register in anybody's mind. But if you start saying that, the minimum is it's going to be 18 cents less per gallon, man, I'm telling you, if there's a Flying J on one side and the Lowe's on the other and one's 18 cents less, you're going to see a traffic jam at one of them. But that's how much effectiveness we can get from the additives and using it.
Well, I'm just thinking out of the box. When prices at the pump get higher and higher, people, I guess normal mentality would be, I'm already spending so much. Why would I want to spend more on another product to put in a tank? Do you see that reflected when you look at the numbers as far as like diesel additives, gasoline additives? As the prices are going up, are people more hesitant to buy? Or whereas they'd probably be actually saving more by putting that extra in the tank?
It's such a strange thing. It seems like at the retail locations we see a drop in sales because money's tightening up. But in the truck stop areas, we see an increase. And I'm guessing it's just because truck drivers are thinking it through a little bit more. But normally when diesel fuel hits $4 a gallon, sales of additives go up. The people that don't use additives are willing to take a chance on it. But this time around, we have not seen the bump like we have in the past. Now, I don't know if it's like the messaging isn't getting out there, or I don't know, maybe it's just a trust issue. I've probably shared with you before that, in the marketing thing, we used to talk about competitors, and we realized early on that our true competitor is traditional thought processes, or just, we call it traditional wisdom. Everybody looks at these types of products as being fraudulent, like some sort of
snake
oil or something. Yep. So, our real competitor is just traditional thinking. It's like, do they really work? So I think a lot of people are hesitant, thinking, I don't know, man. Does that really do anything? So that's really what we have to get past, that initial fear of trying to put this in there and see if it works. I mean, the callers that call in, as they tell their stories about it, generally say, man, I used it and I got a 5% increase, I got a 7% increase, my mileage went from this to this. I mean, they have the great stories. We know it works, but the person that doesn't use additives on a daily basis, trying to get them to overcome that fear of entry, I guess.
I'm just looking at some of the headlines from over the past 24 hours. Let's see, from WESH out of Orlando. Huge spike brings new record high prices to Florida. Fox Business, gas prices on the road to $5 per gallon, nationwide average very soon. CBS News, as summer arrives, a gallon of gas costing more than the federal minimum wage. That's some of the marquees in California where they're the regulars like $7.25, the premium at $7.75 a gallon. Yesterday, Indiana gas prices jumped roughly 30 cents per gallon in 24 hours. A story we just shared a few minutes ago. Gas prices soar past $8 per gallon at a California gas station. What's your thinking, Chris? From the is this, as they're saying, going to continue all summer long, or what the heck can we do to end this?
The only thing that we can do to end it is to stop driving. So,
well, that ain't going to happen.
Well, I mean, it's really a supply and demand type of situation, right? If you go out on the road, I mean, at least up here, it seems like there's just as many cars out there now as there was a year ago. The high prices do not seem to have slowed anybody down. So as long as they can keep selling at that price, they will. Now, just like during COVID, as soon as you stop buying and the supply chain gets ramped up, they've got to drop the price. So there's a thing called Refinery Economics, and it's based on the idea that it takes like around, I think, 28 to 35 days to get a refinery up to temperatures and pressures. So it's not something you just flip a switch and do. It takes a month. So that's why they don't shut them down. You just have to keep the oil coming in, breaking it down into gasoline, diesel, kerosene, mineral spirits, oil, asphalt. So it goes through the line. Now, once it's been refined and you have these products, you have to move them. You can't just stop. Well, as long as there's no stockpile of gasoline, the pricing stays high. As soon as it goes down, the usage goes down, and those tanks all start getting filled up, they have to drop the price to get rid of it because the refinery can't shut down. You can't just shut it down and say, let's just wait until this inventory is depleted. You got to start dropping prices to get people to buy it, to get it out of the road. It's crazy thing. Like during COVID, Bright Stocks is one of the things. It's like a real thick 90 weight looking type of oil, but it's just a base oil. There were so many of them that they were doing everything they could to store. They were storing them in barges, tanks, everywhere. They were selling it cheaper than gasoline just to get rid of it because they couldn't shut the refinery down. Eventually it got to the point where there was no more storage. They had to shut the refinery down, which, in that case, they decided to do like 30 days of maintenance and things. And now Bright Stocks are up, $10, $15, and they say, I'm talking to refineries, and they're like, who would have ever guessed that we were selling Bright Stocks cheaper than gasoline? I mean, and now there's a shortage of it. You can't get enough of it. Everybody's on allocation. So that's the whole idea behind the refinery economics. So to answer the question, it's like if everybody would just slow down a little bit, 5%, 10% would be enough to break the pricing down. Again, just as soon as the tanks all start filling up, if everybody drove 10% less, which we could never pull that off, the price would probably drop $2 a gallon.
Yeah, of course, right now we're hitting the summer driving season, as they just mentioned, the official kickoff of summer, and everybody's hitting the road for their summer vacations. But all right, hold that thought. Quick 2-minute timeout. Plenty of room for your horse feathers. Got you coming up right after this. And clear lines at 844-844-3388 here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, welcome into a Friday TGIF. What's going on out there? Horse feathers, all set for the weekend, are you? Hello, horse feathers. I think he's... All right. Chris, you're there, right?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right, so apparently, I guess horse feathers must have dropped off the line. He was still hanging there, but yeah, see what's going on with Pappy's on board this Friday morning. I can get my computer to pick him up. Come on, computer. What's happening, Pappy?
Hey, man, that was quick.
How about that?
What's going on?
It's Friday. You set for the weekend?
Yes, sir. Let me take this headset off, man. Hold on a second. There we go. How's that? Is that any better?
Yes, better. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Hey, listen, hey, Chris, what's up, my man, boss man?
Just working hard, trying to keep everything moving, keep our products coming through.
Yes, sir.
You know, it's funny.
Hey, listen, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, it's funny that a year ago or 2 years ago, we used to talk about, new ideas, new marketing, new things to come up with. Today, it's how are we going to come up with a product to replace that one, or what's available to fix this, or, it just seems like every week we get either hit with a huge price increase, like 40% more, this component's going to cost you 40% more than it did last week, or we're no longer making this, or this is no longer available, so we have to come up with a substitute. So it's just a strange.
Man, I couldn't imagine, Chris, man. It's got to keep them wheels turning in your head trying to figure all that out. I remember you were having trouble just getting some of the containers to put some of this stuff in, Hey, but listen, man. Listen, I want to personally thank you and your company for what you've done for myself and my daughter. I'm sure you're aware that Steve started a Give, Send, Go thing for the daughter. I had to take off work for a month to help take care of her and burned all my time up. But, man, it was a generous donation you made, and I just want to thank you and the listeners to this show from the bottom of my heart for that and all the prayers that everybody gave out. But yeah, you were off last month enjoying yourself, I think, down south, right? Or were you busy working?
We were working. That was the STLE annual meeting that I went to that week.
Gotcha.
And that's our big year. I mean, that's the first time we met in 3 years, and it's like the biggest lubricant event of the year, if you want to think of it that way, because that's literally where everybody gets together and we, go over all the testing and all that kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah, we were looking for you last month, but that's obviously more than important, I think, than coming on the show, because you can do that whenever your little heart desires, any day of the week, Well, hey, man, what's funny is, the car she was driving is totaled. And it's been sitting up at the district. They towed it up there. It's been in an impound lot. I've got the okie dokie to, I guess, call a junkyard, give them the title, and just say, hey, man, go up there and get this thing. We'll call it an even trade, right? But, Chris, I put some stiction eliminator in that thing. And she had like 125,000 miles, 130,000 on that car when I put the stiction eliminator in it. And I think she got close to 2,000, in between 2,000 and 3,000 miles on that car with the stiction eliminator in it. And man, I was just thinking, wouldn't that be cool? To yank that engine out and cut it in half and see how clean that thing looks inside,
Yes, it would. That's a good idea. Come on, figure out if we can do that. The engine probably doesn't have much value for scrap. I mean, it's $30 or $50 or something.
Right.
So,
we've done but I know some guys. If I can make that happen, just to get you, a couple little sections of that piston or something. Believe me, I'll make it happen for you. If you want to stick it on a display and say, hey, man, there's a car that had 130,000 miles on it, and this is what it looks like after 2,000 miles of stiction eliminator in it, so see what I can do for you.
Oh, that'd be great.
Other than that, it's about all I got, Steve, man. You know, I got some of that gun oil I passed out to the guys. I think I talked to you about that for Christmas. Man, everybody loves it. I got some FR3 sitting on the shelf here. I dumped the gasoline extreme in that new Impala I got like 3 tanks ago. I'm out of that, so I'll be ordering some of that to throw in there this summer. What about every other tank? You say to use that, or every tank, or every other tank?
Every other tank. I think it carries forward for about a whole tank load.
Right. But hey, man, Steve, thanks again. Chris, thanks again. It just goes to show that not only the quality of your company, man, but the quality of person you are and your employees that you got working for you, man. I just can't tell you how grateful I am, and I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, man.
Hey, I'm glad we can help, and you know this whole Hot Shot Secret Nation thing. There's something to that. I mean, it's not just a phraseology; it really is kind of a deal.
Right.
It's funny. I mean, I never started off doing that, but you know, we always talked about the LSI family around here because we think a lot more about lubrication specialties versus Hot Shot Secret. That's more of a brand name. I know out in the public we're known as Hot Shot Secret, but you know, internally we talk about the Hot Shot Secret family, and that includes all of our customers, our employees, even our vendors, and we, you know, try to, I don't know, like keep the whole thing rolling. It's like, you know, don't, you know, treat everybody like if they're a family member. Just think about that. You know, if that was your brother calling or your mom calling, how would you treat them? And we try to reinforce that, but it does seems like it's got like a true life of its own, not just a marketing thing.
All right, man. Sadie's is up. I just walked in here. I said, "Hey, man, you want to talk to Steve live on the air?" She's like, "No." But she told me to tell you all hi and thank you so much. So,
all right, we're glad to hear she's doing well. That's the key.
Yeah,
it was kind of touch and go for a while, as we all know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was. So I appreciate it. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you, Pappy. You do the same. And there you go. All right, we hit the top of the hour. We'll be back. CB coming up next, and room for you this Friday at 844-3388. Jump on in with Chris Gabrelchik, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The FDA's response to a recall at a baby formula facility in Michigan will be the subject of a new investigation. The Department of Health and Human Services confirming the probe regarding the Abbott nutrition plant in the southern part of the state. The probe will focus on the FDA's actions before the recall in February. The 18-year-old suspect in the May 14th Buffalo supermarket mass shooting, in which 10 people were killed, pleaded not guilty Thursday to a total of 25 charges he has been indicted on. Peyton Gendron is facing 10 counts of first-degree murder. Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown spoke following the arraignment.
It is a new month, but we will never forget what happened last month on May 14th, when 10 precious members of our community were murdered.
USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
President Biden is going to give a primetime address tonight following multiple recent mass shootings in the United States. The White House says it's scheduled for 7:30 Eastern Time. Energy costs are up as the price of oil remains high. The Biden administration is suggesting renewable energy as one long-term solution to this issue. In Tampa, Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm says they are working to ensure people can afford renewable solutions as the price of energy rises.
This price hike that we are seeing globally will likely remain high. And so we want to make sure that at the same time as we are calling upon an increase in supply, that we are also accelerating our future to clean energy solutions.
She says the president is calling on Congress to provide tax breaks for the purchase of electric vehicles. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
On Wednesday, a gunman shot and killed 4 people at a medical clinic in Tulsa, Oklahoma, before killing himself. Police say the suspect left a note that stated his intent was to kill the doctor who recently performed his back surgery, blaming the doctor for his ongoing pain. Tulsa Mayor G.T. Bynum says those killed are 2 physicians, a receptionist, and a patient.
They were there for medical service. The doctor was there providing care. They stood in the way. And Lewis gunned them down.
As drought conditions continue on the West Coast, one state is taking action.
Water restrictions began Wednesday for 6 million residents in Southern California as the state enters its 3rd year of severe drought. Technically, most of Southern California is considered a desert. Residents and businesses must limit their outdoor watering to 1 or 2 days per week or to a set volume of water. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Prime.
About a fifth of Ukrainian territory is now under Russian control. Ukrainian President Zelensky saying the Donbass region is almost entirely destroyed. He noted the front lines of war stretches more than 1,000 kilometers along the western and southern borders of the country. Follow us on Facebook at USA Radio. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
There we go, back at it. Round number 2 here on a Friday. And our number, 844-844-3388. Hey, real quick before we get back into it, a couple of things we try to keep up to date, what's going on. I did get an update this past day. 24 hours ago, we were talking about the shooting that had taken place at the Tulsa Medical Facility. And one of the first things I thought, I wonder if somebody was angry with a doctor or a nurse or something along that line, or if it was maybe a domestic sort of thing. Sometimes those things occur. Turns out that was indeed the case. The gunman was targeting, he went in search of his surgeon, his back surgeon. Ended up killing the surgeon and 3 other people before all was said and done. He had blamed the doctor for his continuing pain after a recent operation. Apparently went out and purchased this rifle literally just hours before entering the medical facility. The patient called the clinic repeatedly complaining about pain, ultimately specifically targeting that doctor who performed the surgery and then took his own life as police arrived. That was the update from Tulsa police. So, along with the doctor that was killed, the surgeon, the receptionist was also one of those that was killed. Then there was one visitor that was killed. One other was a staff member as well. This was St. Francis Health System there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Shooter himself was a 45-year-old from Muskogee, Oklahoma. So there's the update. Yeah, angry with the surgeon. So taking out his frustrations and ultimately his own life. Now, we're back with Chris Kabelchik this Friday morning. Let me start with an email before we get back to your calls again at 844-844-3388. Hello, Steve and Chris. Just wanted to let Mr. Kabelchik know that since meeting Mr. Moose, we've been on a religious hotshot secret treatment regimen. Our schoolie has the DT-466 diesel, and since we've used the stick shit eliminator and regular use of the EDT, we've noticed a huge increase in fuel mileage. Well, Moose also suggested using the transmission's shift restore and put some in the power steering pump, and it's quieted down the pump. We are now lifetime users of your products. We do hope to stop by the headquarters there in Mount Gilead sometime. Over the years, everyone's tried, in big bold print, tried to sell us on every treatment and liquid fix gimmick, and they all made little to no difference. But then one day, a guy in a big old Prevost Marathon tells me he'd buy my first dose, and if I didn't see any improvement, I wouldn't be out of any money. I said, wow. Yeah, I didn't know if it was his salesmanship abilities or the fact that he looked like he could pick me up and dismantle me with his bare hands, but I'm definitely a believer, and now I've ended up making a great friend in Moose. Anyway, hope all is well with you and yours. So I guess that was about, maybe a little over a month ago that, Frank ran into the big Moose out there. Moose is doing his thing to sell your products, Chris.
Yes, he is. You're doing a great job for us, man. Thank you, Moose, and thank you for the fellow that tried it. It's funny, Steve, that we hear so many of these stories. It seems to be the norm, not the exception. I mean, most of the people that we talk to, that's what we hear. And, same thing here. We get these calls here. People call in and just say, man, I just can't believe it, And I think that it's like a surprise and delight is what we call it. People don't expect products like this to work, so when it does, they just feel so excited about it. It's just really hard to get over that initial reluctance to try it. I think because people have been burned so many times in the past, like the email person said a minute ago.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of message you like to hear, correct? Especially the fact that, as he said, people have tried and tried to sell us, and I guess that's where the whole skepticism factor comes in, that there are a lot of things out there that you may add, and it's not really going to make a bit of darn difference.
No, and it's kind of funny, or not funny, but maybe to help explain to everybody, because I know a lot of people aren't in the retail world, and I wasn't myself until a couple of years ago when we started selling the product on retail shelves. But a lot of the things that you see on the shelf are sold by how many units can be moved, like how much marketing was done, that type of thing. It's not really by, is it the best product that can be made? So what that looks like is if you say, Steve, was going to come out with your own brand of shaving cream, and then you would go to somebody and say, would you make a shaving cream, and I want the minimal amount of ingredients put in there and the most amount of money I can make. And then they would give you different options, and then you would just take the cheapest one you can get. And that's generally what's on the shelf. Then most of the money is spent on marketing, NASCARs, big signs, lots of things like that. That's most of the products you see on the shelf. We're the opposite. I mean, we went into this and said, what's the best this product could possibly be made? And then we kept pushing the envelope to say, okay, what if we did this instead? Would that be even better? What if we did this instead? Would that be even better? And then we took it to market and said, let's just see what the appetite is for the people that just want the best of the best. We know that this isn't like a mainstream product for everybody, but there are people out there that just want a really good product, and they're willing to pay a little bit more because they want something that truly works. So that's been our mantra since we started selling product to the public, and now we're, it's become basically not a vision statement, but it's part of our purpose. No commodity items, that we don't make anything that doesn't. It has to be at least 2 or 3 times better than everything else out there, or it solves a problem. So if we find a problem like lubricity, we knew there was a problem with lubricity, we came up with LX4. We know there was a problem with detergency. That's when we came up with the Diesel Extreme back in the day when people were having a problem with, IDIDs, the internal diesel injector deposits. So it's like it was problem specific. It's like, let's focus on that. That's what we love doing. That's where our passion is. That's what we talk about in the hallway. That's what we talk about, around the coffee pot. Let's stick with that whole culture and not get into, hey, what if we made brake fluid? Could we sell 1 million bottles and, make $100,000 something? So let's not do that, because I think once you start doing that, you change the company's culture, and that's just not who we are.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why those people have those experiences, is because the stuff they're buying on the shelf was just made to sell. It wasn't really made to solve a problem. And, we're different than that.
All right, let's get to our callers here. CB, I believe, is on board. Morning, CB. How's your Friday starting out?
Hey, good. Morning, Steve. Morning, Chris. Hey, first I want to start with testimony. I called Steve a couple of weeks ago. I finally got the shift restore in that Pacifica, and when I was doing it, I put it in my daughter's Equinox, and didn't really tell her anything about it. And she came back and she said, "What'd you do to my car?" And I'm thinking, oh boy. And she said, "It shifts perfect." So I said, well, that's just something that I picked up, and I showed her the bottle, which I ordered some more. And but it's a great product. You talk about the Stiction Eliminator, you things, but that shift restore is a good product.
See, that right there, that is like a blind study. When somebody notices a difference in science, so like when we do tests, that's what we try to do. We try to test it and see if we can get a legitimate, honest evaluation of it. So if I told you I'm putting this in your car, then psychologically you might start thinking about, hey, I got more power, or man, it feels like I got, more mileage. But if you don't even tell somebody and they notice it, that's a blind study. They don't even, they just came back and said, hey, it's shifting better. So that's good. That's really good.
Yeah. Well, the big thing is she's not really anything to say that. Now I have got her changing her oil after we had to replace a new engine in it through GM, but I got her doing that. But she's not one that really, does anything. But to notice that was just. I mean, I noticed it in the Pacifica, and it worked good. I mean, it took me a while because I was trying to figure out how to put it in there, but I did get a funnel, one of them flexible funnels, and I got it in there. But the other question I got is that LX4. Now, when I read the box, of course, I buy pretty much all the products to figure out what I can use and how I can use it. But now, is that basically like a cleaning of the upper cylinders? Is that what you use that for?
It is an upper cylinder lubricant. It's not necessarily a cleaner. LX4 is strictly a lubricity additive. It's in all of our additives. So the way we started with that was we wanted to have the best of the best lubricity additive on the market. So we brought in all the other lubricity additives that were out there and tested them, and then came up with something that was considerably better, like 5 times better. It ended up, we used that as a component in all of our other additives. So if you use Diesel Extreme, it has LX4 in it. If you use EDT, you're getting LX4 in there already. But we sell LX4 just as its own standalone for people that just want protection from that. So it really just makes it maybe like 5 times, I think, is that right? I don't know if it's 5 times slipperier, but there's the numbers would look like a 500 would be 500 millimeters on the scar, which is the scar that's left on the ball when we do the test. We took it down to like 180. So it's, the scar was much, much, much smaller. There's much more lubricity in the fuel. And it was better than anything else we could find.
Okay. Would it be something like, in the oil product, like using Stiction Eliminator and then using it like, like you said, for the first time and then go to the FR3? Would it be something similar to that? Because I use it, I haven't opened it up yet, but I've got the gasoline streams. Everything of mine's gasoline that I use at home, But is it something that you would start with that and then go to the gasoline extreme? But you said does the gasoline extreme have that in it too?
Actually, gasoline extreme does have that in it, and you
Okay.
you can do what you just said. So LX4 could be used in gas or diesel. So those that are listening that didn't realize that. So LX4 is our lubricity additive. It's lubricity extreme, and because there's no cetane boost in it, you can use it in gas or diesel. So anything that, just as a aside, anything that has cetane in it, you never want to put in gas. So the diesel extreme, the everyday diesel treatment, we don't want to put those in gas because octane and cetane work opposite of each other. So yeah.
Right. But I noticed on that. In fact, I believe his name. I called the hotline like you guys got. And I believe his name was Larry at your guys' desk, and he is very sharp. I do have to admit that he knows his product. He did, But when I was asking him things about like the Stiction Eliminator and stuff, of course, I come on the show and ask you too, but he was very intelligent about what he was doing.
Larry's a good guy.
Yeah. My question was, as I said, is it, and you did kind of talk about it, but now I'll run that, which I haven't ran it in our terrain or anything. So do I just maybe go with the LX4 for one tank and then go to the gasoline extreme?
Probably that would be fine, or vice versa. I'd probably use the gasoline extreme first and then switch over to the LX4.
Okay. Now, would that be something that I'd want to use the LX4 permanently, or would I want to use the gasoline extreme after? Because I guess when I buy it, do I want to buy the LX4 or do I want to buy the gasoline extreme?
So I know this sounds complicated to everybody, and the reason I'm sorry it sounds so complicated, but I'm glad you're bringing this up. It's a great question. It's because of the way these products work. They are multifunctional, and you can use them different ways. So the gasoline extreme has a detergent package in it. It's a top treat detergent package, so I would usually use it first. You can use gasoline extreme every other treatment, but it's more expensive. LX4 does a really good job as a maintenance product, and it does increase the fuel economy, which is really cool. We were getting a 3 to 5% bump with just LX4 by itself. So to answer your question, clearly I would use the gasoline extreme first just to clean everything out. So there's nothing in there. It should look like a brand new tank and fuel system when you're done. Then later on, just start adding the LX4. We are coming out with everyday gasoline treatment, which will be like a version of our LX4 gasoline extreme combination. And the motivation there is just to bring the treat cost down, so it's a little bit less expensive to use, and the value is a lot more.
Okay. Yep. So basically, like in my pickup truck and my Pacifica there, I've already used the gasoline extreme because, like I said, I haven't opened up the bottle because I was kind of curious to ask you about how it would work. But so now after that, just start using the LX4 in there, then, right?
That would be a great way to do it. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm getting I'm getting good fuel mileage with that Pacifica. That's what I basically drive to work and back, and it's about 45 miles to work over and back. and it does good. So I'm saying that the LX4 would be a better way to go. I mean, I'm not saying that to get any more. I've already getting pretty good mileage with the gasoline Extreme.
It'll give you probably very close results with the gasoline Extreme, but at the treat cost, the amount that it costs you should be quite a bit less.
Okay, cool. Hey,
because you're only using 4 ounces per tank.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Yep. That's good then. And I appreciate that, but thank you very much for Steve, and thank you very much for your product. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, CB. Thanks for the update. That's what I'd love to hear, those testimonials there. All right, got a couple minutes before we hit our news break, after which we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Let's see, got an email from, who's that? Oh, the Dipsy driver. I have been working, supposed to be part-time, but Copper Tool and Die in Stockbridge, Michigan's been very busy. And Gary, my trainer, showing me all the delivery and pickup points and all around. He's the all-around do-anything guy. He's going to be doing hip surgery and then knee surgeries. Yeah, I'm driving a Ford Super Duty flatbed with 320 miles. Just no power with some of the heavy loads. Everything else okay. I'm going to give the owner 16 ounces of stick shit eliminator and 16 ounces of gasoline Extreme to install the next oil change and let him know the success I had. Now, we're working 4 10-hour days, so I'll try to check in with your Friday morning show. I've been listening to the replays on the smartphone while driving, though. Thank you for the excellent show. Heard on at least 3 of 4 hemispheres. Okay, thank you. Dipsy driver, thank you much. Yeah, if you get a chance, love to hear from you. Check in with us here this Friday morning. And that goes for you as well. It is 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
2 people were shot at a cemetery in Racine, Wisconsin. Police describe the shooting as a critical incident and urge people to stay away from Graceland Cemetery. It is not immediately known if any suspects were taken into custody. President Joe Biden says enough is enough as he addressed the nation about the latest wave of mass shootings.
For God's sake, how much more carnage are we willing to accept? How many more innocent American lives must be taken before we say enough, enough? After Sandy Hook, after Charleston, after Orlando, after Las Vegas, after Parkland, nothing has been done.
The president called for a ban of assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, looks like your heat wave's over there in the Northeast for our friends. Cooler conditions. Looking to beat the heat in the Northeast, you had a wave of summer-like warmth. Actually saw some record levels this week. You'll notice temperatures a good 15 to 25 degrees lower come Saturday versus where you were, say, Tuesday of this week, especially down through the mid-Atlantic states. Yeah, although the heat that impacted the Northeast and the mid-Atlantic wasn't considered the first official heat wave. Many cities had at least one day of 90 degrees or higher. Heat wave is 3+ days of 90 heat. New York City hit a 93-degree high Tuesday afternoon. There were a few record highs in Newark, New Jersey, Bridgeport, Connecticut, 98 in Newark, 94 in Bridgeport, respectively. While the rest of the country deals with weather issues that will make the weekend a little bit subpar, you're looking for a slice of nice weather developing for much of the Northeast this weekend. Seasonably warm air, comfortable humidity levels, and the cooler, less humid conditions that move into the Northeast this weekend. That's due to the pretty potent cold front that moved through the region Thursday. And we did see a bit of strong to severe weather in the mid-Atlantic yesterday. All right, after the storms move out of the Northeast overnight tonight, afternoon highs in cities like New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, D.C. will drop for your Friday and Saturday, looking like upper 70s, maybe lower 80s, pretty much where you should be here in early June. But you will notice the drop in humidity levels. Overnight lows in the 50s for most of our East Coast cities by Saturday morning. That's compared to you saw upper 60s and low 70s, say Wednesday morning. So for a lot of folks, you can open up the windows. You won't need the AC this weekend. That should help on your energy costs, which are also going through the roof once again. Now, after the storm system goes out to sea, you will see a reinforcing shot of cool air spreading into the Great Lakes and New York come Saturday. That'll send temperatures 5 to 10 degrees below normal here for early June. Snow lovers across the Green Mountains in Vermont may continue to enjoy the last of the past winter's snow, as the cool overnight conditions allow Killington Mountain Resort in Vermont to actually remain open this weekend. How about that? So still some skiing availability there in the mountains. This will be Killington's latest closing weekend in the past 25 years. How about that? So still a little bit of snow in the mountains. All right, let's get back to our callers here. See what we got. Let's see, take two. Let's try horse feathers once again. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Chris. Good to have you on the air.
Oh, man, it's great to be here.
So anyways, I guess this is the first we've talked since Mother's Day.
Is it really? Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, did want to say thank you again for everything that you guys did there with, you and Hot Shot Secret and everybody did with the donation. The Hot Shot Secret team has actually ended up over $12,000, including your $5,000 contribution match there. So it's actually the number 2 team, but the number 1 team was actually the Mannheim Auto Auction. They got a specialty Bronco put together, and they auctioned that off for $115,000. So,
wow.
So that was their team effort.
That's cool. Is it something they built themselves, or?
I'm not sure how they came about getting it. I'm not sure if that was something that they put together, or if they, somehow had donated, or what the whole deal was, or whether they purchased it and auctioned it and got whatever they the $115,000 out of auctioning it off. But it was kind of a specialty one. It wasn't just a stock off the showroom floor type deal. It had some special features to it by the looks of it. So
very cool.
Yeah. So but as I say, the Hot Shot team ended up with $12,604 so far. And if I get back to it here, the convoy itself is raised. They are up to $503,160, and that is actually still not totally set in stone yet, because the donations for previous convoy are actually still coming in until Father's Day. So anything received up until Father's Day still goes to that total. And I think that, to tell you the truth, with the amount of money they had come in on Mother's Day itself, I think they're still working on sorting it all out and getting it posted and everything, because this number keeps changing. So, but
it's a cool thing that there's so many people getting involved in that and willing to help, like yourself, and that's admirable. That's what this country is built on, you know.
Oh, absolutely. So, but you know, you guys show it too there, because I mean, without your support, it actually, from what you did the year before, actually got me motivated a little bit, because I mean, with what you did, got me in the top 30, and so I was number 21 for this year, and then so with what I did extra, getting going earlier and getting off that procrastination bandwagon there, I actually got out and did a little extra, and I'm actually up at number 10 right now. So if things hold out, then I actually made the top 10 for this coming year. So
how about that, man? Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. But
well, I just got to mention, you know, it seems like sometimes the news and the controversy and everything gets, you know, I don't want to say it gets people depressed, but you know, it's all we hear about, the bad. I mean, hearing stories like this and seeing what you're doing, you know, and raising $500,000, I mean, that's huge. And it's like, I kind of wish we would focus more on some of the positive things like that instead of just the negative things.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I'm just kind of the facilitator for this. You know, I put it out there, and I've probably been yakking it up too much on your airwaves, but I try to. And, I got to thank everybody out there that, you know, I got quite a few people out there that made a lot of generous donations. So it's not just you at Hot Shot. There's a lot of other people out there, and, you know, I'm still in the procrastination state, because I haven't got my thank yous out yet. I'm still working on that, but I came up with another project in the process here, and I'm actually down in Florence, Alabama right now, and sometime later on this morning, I'm gonna get myself over to a person that has a fire truck for sale, and might actually see if I can purchase it. So I might have a second vehicle in my fleet to be able to run up there to that Make-A-Wish convoy. So
that sounds like big fun.
And then I'm going to have the glorious, if I do end up with it, I'm going to have the glorious part of trying to see what it's going to be like driving a 50-year-old fire truck from Alabama to Maryland. And I got a feeling it's on the gasoline side, so I don't think I can just stop into my local Tractor Supply and get the supplies I need to get home with. But I was flying down, and I really didn't want to bring it on the plane. What I had at home, I didn't want to bring it on the plane with me. So I'm
you
kind of
can
down
stop at
here.
tracks. That's what I do. You know, I have the RV out there when I used to have an RV, and I would pull into Tractor Supply because a lot of times I would forget. You know, you're getting ready to go on a big trip, and I would forget to pack additives, so I would pull into the back part of the parking lot and run in and get Stiction Eliminator or Diesel Extreme or EDT. I've been known to do that more than once.
This truck's actually got a 6-cylinder gasoline Waukesha engine in it, so I don't think I'm gonna get the gasoline Extreme there. You only do that online at this point, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I left my bottle of gasoline Extreme at home because, as I say, I didn't want to bring it on the plane with me, and I didn't know what their regulations were, and I didn't want to donate it to their bin of not supposed to be bringing with you.
No, good move. Well, that sounds like a fun project. I hope it works out.
Yeah, if it does, I'll get some pictures and stuff put up there. But I got a couple of parts. I already know if I do end up with it, I got a couple of parts I'm going to be looking for. So if anybody knows where to get, where there might be a salvage yard for fire apparatus or something like that, I'm going to be looking for some looking for some stuff out of possibly a salvage yard.
Hey, I know the guy. I know the guy to ask on that. That's Larry Stone, our friend, who doesn't get to call in much anymore because he doesn't start till like 5 a.m. when we wrap up. He used to call in every morning almost between 4 and 5. But yeah, firefighter for many, many, many years. He'll know the ins and outs on that.
All right. Well, very good, then, and we'll chat at you next week there, and y'all have a good weekend. And again, thanks again, Chris. I mean, you definitely made a difference for us out here.
Anytime I can help, I try. So you're doing all the heavy lifting.
All right, then. Very good. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Horse Feathers, thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Good luck with the fire truck. There you guys. That'd be a long journey from way down there all the way back to Maryland. But all right, quick timeout. Back in two, and more of your calls ahead. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hello to High Pressure Pumping. Checking in this morning via email a little bit earlier. Said, good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Yesterday, on my way north on I-69, headed home, I came through Marion, Indiana, just south of Fort Wayne. I about flipped when I saw the Love's Truck Stop fuel sign. Regular unleaded at $5.15 per gallon. I tell you, Steve, I'm not ready for this $5 a gallon gas. Sent you the photo from their website showing the prices. Everybody better get their cars and trucks tuned up with the Hot Shot Secret. Anyway, looking forward to today's show with the boss man, Chris Kabrelchik. Have a wonderful day from High Pressure Pumping. Yeah, get it tuned up. Tell you what, that's $5 a gallon. That's insane. Someone mentioned last evening, you remember 08? Obviously, you have to remember 08, when the price per barrel jumped to $147 per barrel for a period of time. We never saw anything close to these numbers, for gas and diesel. And it's been averaging, it was like $113 day before yesterday, I think. Believe it or not, with the announcement, OPEC actually announced they're going to increase production, a couple 100,000 barrels per day, starting next month rather than September. But the price per barrel jumped back up to like 116 or 118. But again, at 147 a barrel, we never saw anything close to this. I shared a report last evening for what is it, Citibank, an analyst that said this price per barrel stuff it's highly exaggerated. Based on the numbers, he said the price per barrel right now should be in the $70 per barrel range. So I don't know what's going on, Chris.
Well, I think some of this is being controlled or pushed forward. I mean, I think they want higher fuel prices. I don't know why. I've heard them talk about $6 a gallon gas for years. I think that's their goal, to get everybody to go to electric.
They've come right out and admitted, the push is to go green, right? Remember last week when the president said, we're going through a great transition, and when it's all said and done, God willing, we'll be in a better place. He's talking about getting off the fossil fuel thing, but this ain't the way to do it. I mean, we're talking inflation already, but as these prices keep going up, I mean, it's almost inevitable. This is going to send this economy into a recession.
Correct. And I love a good conspiracy, but I've said this to many business leaders, many meaning probably a dozen, when I'm out and about, and just said, I'm 55 years old. I have never seen anything like this in my life. I mean, I've never seen the supply chain shortages, the inflation, all when it doesn't really seem like there's a root cause for it. Like, there's no real reason for any of this. And it's like, why somebody's doing this? Why are they doing this? And it's funny. It's just strange. Like, I'm talking to people that are, top tier business people, and they'll say, well, it's just supply chain shortages. I said, why? Why is there a supply chain? Well, I don't know. There just is. And I said, to the one fellow, he said, we just can't get drums. I said, why would there be a shortage in drums? We make steel in the U.S. There's just as much scrap now as there was 5 years ago. You're rolling it out. You're putting a lid on it and a bottom on it. Why would that be a difficulty in 2022 when it was plentiful in 2018? He looked at me and says, that's a good question. I really don't know. He goes, I just accepted that there was a supply chain shortage. I never thought why there is. I said, it's artificial. I mean, to me, again, life according to Chris, it doesn't seem right. The laws of economics are not following properly. It's like somebody's tinkering with it.
Like you said, nothing like a good conspiracy theory. But yeah, something's going on. And I can't tell you how many, I don't know if you catch the replays and what, but so many are saying this is all by design. This is intentional. I shared the piece from Ted Cruz where he was speaking last week. And he actually had the charts and the graphs right there next to him. And he started with day one of Joe Biden's administration. As we all know, shutting down the Keystone and then banning the drilling on federal lands. And he went piece by piece, every next piece of regulation that has been implemented. And with each of those dates that those things were implemented, where the price per gallon was. And from day one, they had gone up and up. And of course, yes, we saw a significant jump, even higher, the day Russia invaded Ukraine. But the trend had been there, and even since the invasion of Ukraine, still implementing more regulations that are hampering the oil biz with just, week before last, the banning on, canceling the drilling lease deals in Anwar and in the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, they're saying we're trying to bring prices down, but in reality, everything they're physically doing is rising prices further.
Correct. Yep. And that's what I'm saying. It's like this is being artificially manufactured. I mean, they're doing it on purpose, I believe. I mean, again, I'm not stating that as a fact, but I believe they could fix this in 30 days if they wanted to. They want the price to be $6 a gallon. They're going to keep pushing it till it gets there. Same way with electric cars. I mean, I don't have anything against electric cars, but it isn't going to help the green initiative. I mean, it doesn't stop any pollution. I mean, the amount of the amount of greenhouse gases that you produce trying to make all the parts to make an electric car is more than what a diesel truck will use in its whole life. It's like, this is all, it's all being manipulated. Sorry. That's my feeling about it.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're on the same page there. Let's get to Tom here. His news update's just a few minutes away. Morning, Tom. Got you on with Chris Cabrochip. Happy Friday.
Well, morning, Steve. First time caller. Been listening way back when your dad started. I got a 73 International pickup I'm restoring, and it's a leaded gasoline engine. Would that gasoline extreme help take place of that?
It needs unleaded or leaded fuel.
No, it's leaded. Yeah, it's leaded fuel. Yes.
I tell you what. Use the LX4. The LX4, use it at the regular dosage that's on there, and that would be a better call than the gasoline. I've used gasoline extreme also, but the lead was a really good lubricant for the fuel. And we used to have a lead replacement product, but it just kind of went by the wayside because hardly anybody was buying it anymore. But my guess, my best pick would be the LX4. That's going to replace the lead better than anything.
Okay, because the truck's only got 5,000 miles on it original, and it hasn't had a chance to really run. And like say, once I get it restored, I like to drive it. And it's a 410 gear ratio, 55 mile an hour is it, but I the engine's still good on it, so I want to try to keep it as good as I can.
Yeah, so you're going to have to use that every tank, and what will happen is, for those of you that don't know, when they took the lead out, the valves would start pressing into the head and just kind of like make a mushroom there. So yeah, you're going to have to put LX4 in there, like every tank.
Okay, yeah, because with 5,000 miles on it, I know it hasn't had the chance for that to be done to it yet, and I really don't want to pull it apart unless I have to.
No, man, congratulations. That sounds like a cool project.
Well, it's off my grandparents' farm. I've had it for about 20 years, and I finally had to do something with it. Either that or get rid of it. It's just sitting in the garage, So, but yeah, it's still got the original tires and everything on it. It's been I think it's been on the road for 3 or 4 years, been stuck in the barn ever since. And
wow,
I run that EDT for my truck, and it's a great product. I've been running it for quite some time, and I'm up in Michigan. I pull doubles, and I get about 4.5 miles a gallon, so everything helps with it.
Nice. What's your mileage when you don't use it? Do you know?
I've been probably about 4.2, 4.3. I'm running about 4.5 with it because I'm grossed out at about 160,000. So every little bit helps. So.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Tom, I've got your number here. You're a first-time caller. You're the first-time caller we've had in a number of days. Hey, we'll hook you up with a discount code, $60 from HotShotSecret.com. Yeah, I'll get that. Get your number into, I guess, Josh or Chad later this morning, and they'll text you a code to get ordered Hot Shot. And as he mentioned, get you some of the LX4 was the recommendation.
Correct, LX4, and Steve, just so I could round something up there, because Tom brought up a good point. He said he went from 4.2, 4.3 to 4.5. Now, that's a 7% increase in fuel economy. If you take $6 fuel times 7%, that's 42 cents a gallon that you'd be saving. I mean, you have the cost of the product, but it's like, trying to put this in a real world thing. It's like, if you think about that, 42 cents a gallon off on your diesel, that's a pretty good deal for, there's nobody that wouldn't take that.
Well, every little bit helps. Like you said, it takes a lot of fuel to pull that weight down the road.
Yep.
So, all right. Well, thank you very much. Like you said, first time I've called. I've been on the road 43 years, and I have been listening to your dad when he first started. I just found you guys maybe a couple months ago. After iHeart kicked you off. So.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you found us back. Share. Let your friends know. Anybody. All right. Thank you so much. Right. Tom, you have a great weekend, and thank you for the call. Don't be a stranger, obviously, now. We got to get our news break in here. I had an email from Tom in Illinois, He says, I'm listening in. I've heard the pitch about the gasoline extreme. I'm going to AutoZone. I'm going to O'Reilly's. I'm going to Meijer. I'm going to Farm and Fleet. We'll explain the gasoline extreme's not on the shelves right now. Correct, Chris? That it's
correct. Yeah, to put on the shelf, we have to come up with a bottle that could go through that capless system. So we have the bottle. We're working on getting labels for it and everything. It's been a process, but we'll get to it after the break.
There you go. All right, thank you very much. So stick around, Tom. We'll fill you in the rest of the story, as we like to call it, here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Texas State Senator Ronald Gutierrez is raising questions about whether information on 911 calls from inside Robb Elementary School was relayed properly to responders at the scene of the shooting that left 22 killed. In a news conference, Senator Gutierrez said he spoke with the agency that regulates the 911 calls, and it was unclear if the information was relayed to the school district police chief, who was the incident commander on the scene. President Biden may be heading to Saudi Arabia as gas prices soar. He is expected to travel to Europe at the end of June and could add a stop to Saudi Arabia to meet with the leaders. The White House press secretary has declined to confirm if he will be traveling. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
COVID numbers are down.
COVID-19 numbers are starting to decline over the last week, both infections and deaths. Hawaii had the highest infection case rate with 89 new reported cases per 100,000 residents. Republican-led states of Oklahoma and South Dakota had the fewest, with less than 10 infections per 100,000 residents. COVID-related deaths in the nation last week was roughly 300. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Prime.
This comes as Pfizer has completed its application to the Food and Drug Administration for an emergency use authorization of its COVID-19 vaccines for children under the age of 5. The company said the vaccine has an efficiency over 80% at preventing systematic cases of COVID-19 in children between 6 months to 5 months. The vaccine could be authorized by mid-June. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The Food and Drug Administration will be looking into a baby formula recall.
The FDA's response to a recall at a baby formula facility in Michigan will be the subject of a new investigation. The Department of Health and Human Services confirming the probe regarding the Abbott Nutrition plant in the southern part of the state. The probe will focus on the FDA's actions before the recall in February. That includes policies when it comes to facility inspections. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
AAA has some advice for parents during the 100 deadliest days for young drivers. That's the time span between Memorial Day and Labor Day. The Auto Club suggests parents talk to their teens about the dangers of speeding, driving drunk, and distracted driving. They also say one of the best things parents can do is teach by example. AAA says more than 7,100 people died in teen-related summertime crashes from 2011 to 2020. Attorney Michael Avenatti was sentenced to 4 years in prison for defrauding his former client, adult film star Stormy Daniels, out of $300,000. Daniels' current attorney, Clark Brewster, takes issue with people who called Avenatti a good lawyer.
His legal scholarship was seriously in doubt.
Ahead of the sentencing, Avenatti sent an apology letter to Daniels. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, back on a Friday. TGIF. Here come the weekend. All right, let's pick right back up where we left off there. Yeah, so this guy's been going from one retailer to the other to the other. Right now, the Gasoline Extreme, for anyone out there, the Gasoline Extreme, you have to go to hotshotsecret.com. That's where you can get the Gas Extreme. So I know you said you've been working on this, like it's been a process, like everything else, finding the correct bottles, but is it getting close? And once you get the bottles, you got some retailers lined up to take it?
We do. We have, I think probably you'll see it in the fall reset when they start, reset, that doesn't sound good. When they do the shelf resets, and, we've got the bottles, we've got approval. Now we're just getting the supplies and getting it ready. So hopefully this fall you'll see it on the shelf. And then again, the problem is, for those of you that don't know, the Gasoline Extreme comes in our normal bottle. It works okay, but it really needs to have a really long, skinny nozzle on it that's maybe 5-6 inches to get it down inside those capless tanks, and we didn't have those bottles available. We do now, and we're getting labels made for it and doing all the rest of that kind of thing.
So in the meantime, hotshotsecret.com. Otherwise, hang in there, right? What more can you say?
Correct.
Okay, it is 844-844-3388. I was looking at some of the other stories. Santa Claus sent me the one about $9.19 per gallon at a station in L.A. That's for the diesel. Jade line of Los Angeles. Nowhere in the country are you feeling the pain at the pump more than Los Angeles, where one station is above $8 per gallon. That is a Chevron in downtown L.A. at $8.05 per gallon. Average price in California is now $6.19. Again, that's regular unleaded. National average hit a new fresh record of $4.71 per gallon this past day, according to AAA. Gas prices up by 48 cents per gallon in the past month alone. It now costs 32% more to fill your tank than on the day Russia invaded Ukraine. 7 states are now above $5 per gallon average. Illinois becomes the latest to join that unpopular club. According to AAA, New York and Arizona are just pennies away from that $5 threshold. No states have an average under 4.15 per gallon. Georgia's the closest, the lowest at 4.16. According to Lippau Oil Associates, we expect the national average to hit 4.75 per gallon within the next 10 days. Let's see. Oil prices, the biggest component of pump prices, continue to move higher. The national average for regular gas, 44 cents higher than the day President Joe Biden announced the largest ever release of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which, of course, was back in late March. I mean, we've been releasing 1 million barrels per day, I believe it is, every day. And that was supposedly be, for 180 days was the original announcement. Even that doesn't seem to be holding the prices down.
No, it's a drop in the ocean. I don't think it's going to make it. Never has made that much difference in the past. And here's another piece of the conspiracy theory, just to make you think about this. But those national oil reserves were bought, probably 4 years ago or whatever, when gas was $1.89. So now they're releasing it, and they sound like quite the humanitarian, but they're not giving that away for free. They're selling it. So the government doubled their money on that gas, I'm sure. But it's kind of funny how they're playing this up like, wow, isn't this great? It's like, man, you guys are cashing in big time.
Because we were talking about it last evening. Back when President Trump was in office, we all recall when the price per barrel had dropped. I mean, it was down. At one point, it was negative for the first time ever. Remember when oil went negative? They were literally almost having to give it away. And Trump at the time was trying to put like 77,000 barrels per day into the strategic reserve. I mean, hell, that's the time to buy when it's, when it's almost free. I don't know how much he was able to get in there. Apparently, they didn't have the money appropriated to be buying the gas to put in the reserve at that point in time. They needed like $3.5 billion appropriated for it. So I don't know if we got to even put anything in the reserve for the cheap prices.
I'm sure anything that was put in there at a much lower price than what they're selling it at.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
it might not have been
Guarantee 25, 40, maybe 50 at the best, those kind of numbers. Yep. Hey, let's see who we got on the line. Let's see, is it Ben or who we got?
Yeah, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Hey, up my third time call. I finally got my product from you guys, and anyway, I was going to ask Chris. Gasoline Extreme. If I put that in my my mule, my Kawasaki mule, would that be like well, I was trying to say, how sometimes you leave them set up for quite a while. Would that be like putting seafoam or anything in it, or should I go ahead and use seafoam in it too?
No, you wouldn't need seafoam, and not only will it clean everything out, but it'll also stabilize the fuel for next time also.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, because it's going to set for a long period of time. And I know with this alcohol, you need to either run the tank dry or put something in it. If you're going to set for a while.
So that'd be the product to use right there.
Okay, and you said what was that other one that you was talking about that you use after you use the Gasoline Extreme on your cars and stuff?
LX4.
Oh,
yeah, the LX4
yeah.
lubricity additive. We do use that for gasoline products also, and it does a great job of lubricating. It also acts like an upper cylinder lubricant, meaning that it's lubricating the top part, and it seems like it gets better fuel economy.
Okay, now would that work also on that, too?
It would work like second time around. How long has it been sitting right now?
I fire it up about every week right now, so.
Oh, yeah, you're fine. Either one of those would work. You know, but the motivation with the LX4 is more that it's a more value price, not value price. It's just less expensive to use per gallon because you're only putting 4 gallons and 4 ounces. I'm sorry. Where the gasoline extreme, it's a heavier dose, but it's got a lot more additives in it. So it's got the detergents in it, the rust and corrosion inhibitors, stabilizers, and lubricants. So it's a better product. The gasoline extreme is a better product to use. It's just more expensive, but just for maintenance, for somebody that just want to maintain and keep it going, the LX4 is a good option.
Okay. And now one more question on your transmission stuff. You know, I got a 2014 Ford Fusion. Now, if I'm not too badly mistaken, that's got to have that a machine or something put that into it, and it don't have that dipstick if I remember right. Yeah. Is that right on that?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up and see. I'm more on the tribology side than the car side. We do have a couple of mechanics on staff here, but we could check that out for you tomorrow. I think we did a video.
I'd have to find a mechanic around here that would be willing to put it in, if that's the case,
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky.
I live in north central Missouri where I live at, so, it'd be, but anyway. But no, that's all I was wanting to know about that gasoline stream and stuff. So I'll be putting it in. Like I say, I got my order not too long ago, so I'm going to fill up my vehicles and put it in and start using it, so. And then
that's great.
Also that extension eliminator, I got it too, for the cars. So now I only got like 48,000 miles on that car. That won't hurt it a bit, will it?
No, just clean it up and keep it clean. Yeah, you'd be fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's all I was wanting. And thanks for taking my call.
Hey, thanks for being a listener there, Ben, and thanks for joining us this Friday morning. You got it. Hey, Horse Feathers, if you're still out there listening, I got a message from Dean. He said, hey, if Horse Feathers needs some gasoline extreme and is coming to Atlanta, if he gets that fire engine, have him give me a call. I've got the number here. He said, I can meet up with him, and I'll hook him up with a bottle of mine that I just got. All right, so Horse Feathers, I'll copy and send that entire message to him. That sounds like the easiest thing to do, so you'll have the number there. But, yeah, because otherwise, the gasoline extreme, he'd have to order that, and that ain't going to work, is it? There you go. It is 844-844-3388. We return into this Friday morning here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, where we leave off there, let's get right back to the calls. I believe the Dipsy Driver's on the line. Hello, Dipsy Driver, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve and Chris.
Good morning.
Hey, yeah, good to talk to you again. Before I get to what I was going to call about, I bought a generator about a month ago, and it came with the oil and everything. And they actually shipped a real, like a cheap plastic funnel. It's like maybe 3-inch diameter with like a 6 or 8 inch long tube on it. And I was just wondering, maybe you should look into that instead of trying to get a new bottle for your gasoline extreme. And I believe you also have everyday gasoline treatment now available.
I think, you know what? I think we might have lost Chris there. Yeah, he dropped.
Oh, okay.
I was waiting for him to respond, and I see, sure enough, he dropped off. Well, he'll be dialing us back up here. I apologize, Dipsy Driver.
Oh, not a problem. Not a problem. Yeah, I was just going to also mention that, if I sound a little tired, I just started a job last Tuesday, and I haven't worked in a little over 2 years, since the COVID started. But he did respond to my chat on YouTube, and he told me to call Mindy, and he can get me a bottle of Fiction Eliminator and gasoline.
Yeah, because you were gonna give it to your boss or something, right?
Yeah, and he mentioned that give Mindy a call, and she would set me up with that, and I thought that was really great.
Yeah.
And another thing too is when you do order from directly from Hot Shot Secret, they have like a little chat line or question line where you can ask questions, and I called, I think it was February or March, where I got one of them Air Force, salamander type heaters, and being the price of kerosene nowadays, I can run diesel in it, but I noticed with the diesel, it throws out a few sparks, when you first start it up. And I asked whoever was on the other end there if the diesel extreme would work on that, and I got a response right away. Said, "Oh yeah, definitely. Just use it at the same dosage as you would for a diesel car." So yeah, I wanted to pass it along, and I tell you what, those guys at Hot Shot Secret were very helpful, and I've been, even on emails and that, I get responses right away. They tell you when your order is received, it's being shipped, you should be getting it at a certain date.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, yeah. If I I saw a little tired, but just getting back to work, and it's an older Ford Super Duty. It's actually got 320,000 miles on it, but it's been well maintained. I mean, new suspension, new brakes, new tires, but the engine is still original, and it kind of lost power. The roads I've been taking to one of our local pickup and delivery places, and it's really heavy steel. There are these big triangular plates, some kind of stanchions or something. And today I was just super loaded, and just going up these little inclines, you had to just about floor it. So I'm guessing that Stiction Eliminator and Gasoline Extreme in there. I don't know when he did the last oil change, but I'll ask him, and I bet you. I tell you what, I bet it's gonna pick that thing right up, just like it did on my old Terrain here. So, okay, well, I'll let you go, and it's really good talking to you again, Steve, and thank you for all the information and entertainment that you and your callers provide, or your listeners, and I will talk to you soon.
Thank you very much. All right, Chris, you back with us there?
I am. What happened? Did you hang up on me?
No, you just disappeared on us. I didn't know what happened.
I know you hit the button, Steve. You hit the button.
Modern technology.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's always a possibility that I hit that button. Who knows? All right.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how much Chris heard of that, but I just want to thank Chris for the quick reply on the YouTube chapter, telling me to call Mindy, and he would set me up to get to my boss and Gasoline Extreme and Stiction Eliminator through that Ford Super Duty. It's got 320,000 miles, but it's very well maintained. But I don't think any, other than the oil changes and that, I don't think he's put anything in there. And I just noticed today, especially with a heavy load, I haul a lot of steel plate, and it just doesn't have any power. So
at 320,000 miles, Stiction Eliminator could probably it's probably got a lot that needs cleaned up, wouldn't you think, Chris?
Oh yeah, that's you're on the right track, and it wouldn't surprise me if you didn't get another 200,000 miles out of the engine, but I would definitely put Stiction Eliminator in there, and then after that, treat it with the FR3, because you want to reduce the wear as much as possible, because you don't want to rebuild it unless you have to.
Oh, after the Stiction Eliminator goes through the oil change? Yep. Yeah, I don't know. He only paid, I think, like $2,500 for this thing, but he put a lot into it, getting suspension and new tires and brakes. But I don't think he's ever treated the engine, so I am definitely going to call Mindy like he suggested and get a couple of bottles of that. I think, I'm not sure how much gas it holds, but I think like a 16-ounce bottle of Gasoline Extreme would work out pretty well. Oh, also one thing I did mention earlier was I bought a new generator. I got it about a month ago, and it came with its own oil, but it also came with a cheap plastic funnel. It's about 3-inch diameter, and it's got like a 6 or 8-inch tube on it, and it works great on my new Terrain. It's got the double door, gas tank thing. So I was just wondering, that might be a better idea instead of trying to get a new bottle, to pour that in with. But it works great for the Terrain as well as the generator. So,
yeah, we looked at those funnels, and that we should be on the shelf soon. Like I said, probably this fall. I think they have the bottle things, all situated, and we're still, looking for options like that. But those funnels are definitely a good way to go for now.
Yeah.
In the midterm, in the meantime, I guess, right? Okay, well, we're up to Dipsy Driver. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, Chris Gabrelchik back with us. Huh? All right, we got, let's see. All right, we lost the scarecrow. Hey, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Back after a news break here on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
2 people were shot at a cemetery in Racine, Wisconsin. Police describe the shooting as a critical incident and urge people to stay away from Graceland Cemetery. It is not immediately known if any suspects were taken into custody. President Joe Biden says enough is enough as he addressed the nation about the latest wave of mass shootings.
For God's sake, how much more carnage are we willing to accept? How many more innocent American lives must be taken before we say enough, enough? After Sandy Hook, after Charleston, after Orlando, after Las Vegas, after Parkland, nothing has been done.
The president called for a ban of assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Airdog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, jump on in. You ought to jump on board. It's 844-844-3388 as I look at some of the industry headlines from CDL Life this past day. It's what we're talking about. Story number 1, smaller trucking companies warn fuel prices are killing the American dream as companies and drivers alike struggle to make ends meet. According to the Andy Group trucking company based out of Detroit, Michigan, we're losing a lot of money, a lot of customers, a lot of drivers because the prices are so high. A lot of drivers decided to not work. We used to have more than 200 drivers. Now we have 130. As he was speaking to the local Fox affiliate, we used to make 100% profit. Now it's 30%. Soon, everyday consumers are going to be forced to make those hard choices as the price of fuel drives up the prices of all goods. If gas prices keep going up, everything's going to go up, even the food. A lot of things you're not going to see in the store. Like some kinds of foods you're not going to see because it's not worth hauling from place to place. Now, to those in the trucking industry, the situation's ruining a long sought-after way of life. He said these prices are literally killing the American dream. Truckers hauling fuel in Las Vegas are discussing the possibility of skipping the deliveries altogether if police there don't do something about the street racers blocking the refinery. The drivers responsible for picking up fuel at the UNEV refinery outside of the Apex Industrial Park in North Las Vegas, there in Nevada, say they're being put in unnecessary danger by the street racers doing high-performance maneuvers along the only access road to that facility. Truckers like Jim Defling have contacted the police, but they say officers haven't really done anything to address the situation. Why here? They've got the wide open spot. They're out in the middle of the desert. No police. That's all we can figure is the reasoning by this choice of the location. Yeah, they're doing 50 miles an hour out here drifting. And if they were to blow a tire, they're going to run into the crowd and kill people. We just want to do our job. Now, he says that even if police do show up, the street racers are always one step ahead. They hear what's going on, they take off. Metro shows up, and there's nobody here. Another driver that frequents the facility, Jamie Stevens, says even the debris left in the roadway from the illegal racers can cause trouble for drivers. If a driver encounters debris while he's loaded, and he's upwards of 100,000 pounds or 80,000 pounds, it's definitely going to do some damage. Now, every day we drive, we have a risk to our lives, but this is the type of risk we don't want to put up with and be involved with. So they're talking right now. Drivers are talking of maybe not delivering fuel into Las Vegas until they resolve this situation. And we're talking no gas stations going to get any fuel. Well, I guarantee you, if they were to follow through with that, guarantee they'd get something done about the street racers out there. But a couple of our industry headlines here on a Friday morning. Hey, let's get back to our callers here. Larry, good morning. Got you on with Chris Gabrelchik. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Hey, Chris, I had the motorhome out last week. I'm going on a trip over the 4th of July weekend. Now, you come out with a new gas extreme for motorhomes, did you, or is it the same stuff?
No, it's actually, what we did was we took all of our normal formulas and we tweaked them around the whole motorhome RV camper idea. Like on the oil, we put a little bit more stabilizer in it. On the fuel additive, we had a little bit more stabilizer, a little bit less detergent, things like that. And then we, basically catered it just for the camping world. Some of when we were doing testing, it was crazy. Some of the really good results we got, especially on the gasoline, those V10s, the Ford V10. Those things run, I don't know how many RPMs, but it seems like a lot. And it just seems like the transmissions don't shift so great. So we, putting the shifter restore in and then using the gasoline extreme and the FR3 in the engine just made a huge difference.
I did all that last year, but I got the GM motor, so I guess what I was getting at, I'm going to burn a whole tank of fuel out. I'm going to go about 600 miles with it, so should I still use the RV one then, or just the normal gas extreme?
Well, either one. On the biggest difference on the RV one is that just basically that it has more stabilizer in it, so that because people let RVs sit for sometimes a year.
Yeah. I just filled it back up from last week, and our gas went up 73 cents a gallon since last Monday up here in Michigan.
Oh my.
Yeah. So, like I said, we're going to take off again over the 4th and go up to UP and stuff. I got to get some. I didn't order any yet this year. Did you get any of the slide lube back in yet?
No, we do. We did not. It's just like one problem. I swear, it's crazy. Dude, I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's like one problem after another. They got the dye made, the nozzle, then it was defective, so they had to go back and have it done again. It's like, oh my goodness.
I was kind of holding off till you got that in, but like I said, I think I still got one can of the slide lube, but so
me too.
I have to get my order in this weekend for for the extreme for the next trip. See if we do a little better on fuel mileage. So I just didn't know for sure which one to get. If the basic, like I said, I'm not going to need the stabilizer because it's going to burn all the gas on this tank.
Good for you. That's good. See, that was my problem when I had an RV. I didn't burn all the gas, just sat around too much.
Well, I wish I didn't have to, but I got to put it back in. It takes kind of the fun out of it.
Go somewhere. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're gonna try to use it a couple times this summer, but that just takes a lot of the fun out of it, and go 400 miles and cost you $300. Now it'll cost you $350. What they just did the price of gas up here in Michigan. 509. It's Love's Truck Stop between Holland and Grand Effort. There is what it's up to. It was 426 Friday when I filled it, or Monday when I refilled the motorhome up. It was 426. So, anyways, you guys have a good weekend, and I'll get my order in this weekend.
Okay, thank you.
All right, but have a good weekend. Bye.
Don't forget your coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout there.
Oh, yeah. You got it. I got it.
Thank you. Larry, have a great morning. There you go. Let's take one more before we get a quick time out. Woodpecker, I believe it is. Morning, Woodpecker.
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Good. Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday to you and Chris and everybody out there. Hey, I wanted to bring up the gun oil that Hot Shot Secret has.
Okay.
That is like the best. It's like an awesome product, man.
Thank you.
The only problem I have is I use it for everything now. You can put it in, the master locks or whatever, hinges. I mean, it goes everywhere. But I love this stuff.
What have you noticed on the guns side?
Oh, it's excellent. It makes the action so much smoother. Everything about it is great. And that applicator you have on there is awesome. I mean, it's perfect. You can put it exactly where you want it. The amount of product you have in there is twice what any of the competitors might think I have. So it's really, really great.
That was one of our tougher products to prove out. We're pretty much into a lot of testing and science. We like a combination of doing lab testing and hillbilly tests. We come up with things just to do. And the gun oil was challenging because we're like, okay, how do we prove that this is any better than anything else? We buy all the other products, we have them all on the shelf, and we're testing them. But man, that was a tricky one. One of the guys that does a lot of shooting said, I'm trying to remember, somebody went down to the rifle range here in Mount Gilead, and the biggest thing that he said he noticed was after, I can't remember how many rounds, but it was an outrageous number, like 1,000 or something. He said, normally I'm a good 15, 20 minutes cleaning and everything's all full of black, He says, man, I used the gun oil and I got done all day shooting and there was hardly anything in there. He said, I just one swab and everything was clean. He said, there's a major difference. So hopefully, I wish I could do more science on it.
No, hey, I wish I could tell you more. I'm not an everyday shooter, but I do like to go out and target shoot and whatnot, and I have a few guns here and there. But like I said, with the padlocks and other things, that applicator makes it nice. I can put it right up in there.
Good. That's good to hear. I'll give the guys an R&D and a pat on the back.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hey, and just a little side note, I got a chance to meet you out at the match show, you and Sarah Lee and Waypoint Vets, and I've been I donate on a monthly basis to them, but I just want you to know that I really appreciate you having their back and Steve and just the whole thing. It's such a great cause,
Yeah, yes it is. I'm glad we can help. I haven't heard from Sarah, Steve. We should probably get her on the show again and see what's going on.
Get an update. I guess they're into summer adventure time right now. I'd have to check the schedule. I know they've had things going on. It's probably busy.
Right. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Yeah, they between that and the Make-A-Wish Foundation, through Steve's show, I bought about every one of your products, and I do what I can to donate, and and we just I really appreciate your support of the show, there, Chris.
Oh, no sacrifice on my behalf. Trust me, the best thing I ever did. Right, Steve?
Yeah. Well, I hope so.
Hey, I totally remember when Chris, when you first came on the show, back in the day when you first came on, I remember hearing you then. So I mean,
wow.
A lot of us have been out here for a while, so it's really great. It's been a good fit for everybody.
Wow. Dude, I'm with you. I was working in my garage when I did that, so that's like I feel very, very appreciative to the whole Steve Sommers family here and what we've been able to do. It's not been a it's not because I'm a genius or anything. It's because everybody worked together and the whole company's become something way bigger than I ever dreamed of. So it's been a great thing. No regrets on my side.
Well, totally. I mean, the fact that your product works really helps, So I had a friend of mine tell me on my 2007 Dodge Mega that I was smoking real bad, and he told me to try some sticks and eliminator. And he didn't know anything about you and the show or anything. He doesn't listen to Steve's show, unfortunately, but I happen to know you from the show, and I was like, I didn't even think about that. And I went out and got the stuff, put some in, and it totally eliminated the problem. It was great. And then now I use the everyday diesel and all that now, but so it's just been good. So I really appreciate you guys, and I'll let you get back to your world.
You got it. Thank you so much, Woodpecker. Appreciate your call, and have a great weekend. Okay, Chris, I'm looking at the schedule here. The next great adventure gets underway here in a little less than 2 weeks, June the 15th through the 19th, and this is the Mount Rainier, the mountain climbing. They've got the difficulty level, between 1 and 5. This one is a 5 of 5 difficulty level. Let's see, an intense, incredibly rewarding hike up to the 14,411-foot summit of Mount Rainier in Washington State, a 5-day adventure. It's a 3-day climb and 2 days of travel. I scrolled down and they break it all day. The whole day one's a travel day. Day two, we set out toward Mount Rainier at 0600 and blah, blah, blah. See, we one final gear check and begin our hike up to the 4,500 elevation gain. Set up tents, we make some water, we eat, then we rest. Day 3, mountaineering school. Everybody has to participate regardless of their skill level. Let's see, we set up a wake-up time for our push to the summit, which is typically between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. That's crazy. Day 4, we set out toward the summit, typically between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m., depending on the conditions. We will spend no longer than 1 hour at the summit. When we head back to camp, we'll have about an hour to recover, repack, then we'll head back down to the starting point. I mean, this is a mountain climbing thing they're going to be doing.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to go on that one. That sounds like a lot of work.
How many opportunities do you get for a smoke break when you're climbing the mountain? I'm out of breath before I get to base camp, brother. I'm telling you that. Wow. So, yeah, that's coming up here June 15th. I'll be heading out. Waypoint Vets. All right, let's get a quick timeout. Back into this Friday morning here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506. or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, that's our number here on a Friday morning. Let me get right back to the calls. Yeah, let me see. Who we got on the line? All right, I'm not seeing a name here. Somebody in the Cincinnati area. Get the 513 area code. No name. No name. All right, going once, going twice. Guess that means gone. Hillbilly Tex, let's try you. Morning, Hillbilly Tex. Or maybe it's the computer not wanting to pick up correctly. All right.
Technical difficulties.
So, Chris, you're still there. All right, let me try again. Hillbilly Tex. Maybe it's just taking its own time. Hello, Tex.
Hello, Steve and Chris.
Right.
Good morning to you. It's a beautiful day to be on top of the ground. Yeah. It's a beautiful day. Oh, hey, that's one thing you won't have to worry about me signing up for. That going up the Mount Rainier up yonder.
You think, right?
Oh, I don't know, though. It couldn't be much worse than all that weekend up yonder at the Kentucky Truck Show. Come on.
Did a lot of walking, didn't you?
No doubt. Oh, Lord have mercy. Hey, I guess I'll have to get all duded up this weekend. I got your package yesterday, Steve. Yeah. Got to get up there and start handing out cards again.
Oh, you got that. Okay, I kind of wondered because they didn't have any of those little boxes, and I said, well, these will fit in an envelope thing, so I put it in there. All right, glad you got those.
Yeah, I got them in yesterday evening, and so I get out there in a little bit and dance around in the rain, take a shower, and I'll get all duded up.
There you go.
Start hitting the road, passing out cards and telling everybody about Hot Shot Secrets and Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio show.
All right.
We're gonna Moose is working on finding me a camping trailer, and I'm gonna get that thing built up. It's just outer hull, I got to do a little inside work on it.
Yeah.
When I get that done, I'm gonna have to get some stickers to put on it, but from y'all. So no, I just figured I'd call and aggravate everybody a little bit this morning. And good show so far, though. Yeah, been interesting.
That's good. All right. Well, I'm glad you got your cards. Because one thing I didn't do is I didn't put a return address on there, I don't think. And I thought, boy, if he don't get them, he ain't gonna know where to send them. So, well, I'm glad you got them.
That's right. Well, I got them, and I'm gonna get back to work. It's hard to get back to work when you ain't got nothing to give to people. Let them know what's going on,
Yes, sir.
But I'm go head to the mountains over here. May visit Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge and talk to some of these RVers,
Yep.
And maybe they'll get a little gas extreme. Tell them you need a little gas extreme to get you a little more fuel mileage there on them hot shots secrets. Come on. But anyway, I just called to aggravate y'all a little bit, and I can get out here and go to work for y'all today sometime or another after get the garden tended to. And but exit 81 off the big 75, tipping a hat and a waving a hand.
There's Hillbilly Tex. All right, what he's talking, Chrissy. Of course, yeah, you got to meet Tex there. Yeah, that's right. At the truck show, he took a bunch of these overnight drive cards that have that little code on the back where you can scan to automatically download the app and whatnot. He had run out of the cards, so I sent him a package. Had almost a whole box of them. I sent him, so he's going to go out there and start promoting the show.
What a super guy. I like him. He's a good guy. Everybody with the show is, but yeah.
All right, as I look at the clock here, look at there. It's the midnight hour on the West Coast. Can you believe it? 3 o'clock Eastern time. So let's get our news update and come back at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Texas State Senator Ronald Gutierrez is raising questions about whether information on 911 calls from inside Robb Elementary School was relayed properly to responders at the scene of the shooting that left 22 killed. In a news conference, Senator Gutierrez said he spoke with the agency that regulates the 911 calls, and it was unclear if the information was relayed to the school district police chief, who was the incident commander on the scene. President Biden may be heading to Saudi Arabia as gas prices soar. He is expected to travel to Europe at the end of June and could add a stop to Saudi Arabia to meet with the leaders. The White House press secretary has declined to confirm if he will be traveling. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
COVID numbers are down.
COVID-19 numbers are starting to decline over the last week, both infections and deaths. Hawaii had the highest infection case rate with 89 new reported cases per 100,000 residents. Republican-led states of Oklahoma and South Dakota had the fewest, with less than 10 infections per 100,000 residents. COVID-related deaths in the nation last week was roughly 300. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Prime.
This comes as Pfizer has completed its application to the Food and Drug Administration for an emergency use authorization of its COVID-19 vaccines for children under the age of 5. The company said the vaccine has an efficiency over 80% at preventing systematic cases of COVID-19 in children between 6 months to 5 months. The vaccine could be authorized by mid-June. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The Food and Drug Administration will be looking into a baby formula recall.
The FDA's response to a recall at a baby formula facility in Michigan will be the subject of a new investigation. The Department of Health and Human Services confirming the probe regarding the Abbott Nutrition plant in the southern part of the state. The probe will focus on the FDA's actions before the recall in February. That includes policies when it comes to facility inspections. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
AAA has some advice for parents during the 100 deadliest days for young drivers. That's the time span between Memorial Day and Labor Day. The Auto Club suggests parents talk to their teens about the dangers of speeding, driving drunk, and distracted driving. They also say one of the best things parents can do is teach by example. AAA says more than 7,100 people died in teen-related summertime crashes from 2011 to 2020. Attorney Michael Avenatti was sentenced to 4 years in prison for defrauding his former client, adult film star Stormy Daniels, out of $300,000. Daniels' current attorney, Clark Brewster, takes issue with people who called Avenatti a good lawyer.
His legal scholarship was seriously in doubt.
Ahead of the sentencing, Avenatti sent an apology letter to Daniels. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. Big Moose on the vocals. Big Moose on the steel guitar. Big Moose on some other guitar. You never did say with the names of the other participants there. I like the revamped version of the Overnight Drive theme song there, Chris.
It sounds great, man. It sounds great.
I
had that kind of talent.
They made a trek down to Sevierville, Tennessee there. Dolly Parton's neck of the woods, you know. And got in the studio there, put that all together. That's probably it. Have I spoke to you since they did that redo on that or no?
No.
I didn't think so. All right, I had an update here last evening. Obviously, the last several nights, Chris, a lot of discussion about guns, right? Gun control measures, all kind of stuff coming down the pike on that front. Someone had questioned, just how many guns are sold in this country. Are the numbers up? Are the numbers down? And I said, no. I said, we can go back all the way to the first year of the Barack Obama administration. And every year, that guy could have been on the wall of any gun shop in America as salesman of the month for his 8 years in office. And it hasn't really changed since then. Report yesterday states more than 1 million civilian guns were sold in the month of May. In the month of May, 1 million in the United States, marking the nation's 34th consecutive month of eclipsing that threshold, 1 million a month or more. With this surge, the FBI reported they conducted nearly 2.4 million background checks in the month of May, third highest ever for the month of May. Background checks remain strong. May marking, again, 34 months in excess of 1 million. Americans continue to buy firearms for personal safety. These gun owners are law-abiding Americans who use their firearms for lawful purposes daily. The vast majority, again, responsible gun owners. Now, those who reject the attempts by special interest groups to paint them with the same broad brush as those who criminally misuse firearms. The tragic events, the latest, Buffalo, New York, Uvalde, Texas. Yes, they are sobering reminders that there are those in this society who have no respect for the law or innocent lives, but every law-abiding American has the right to defend themselves and their loved ones against that evil. But it just happened to come across that this past day. Million gun sales on a monthly basis. All right, where do we leave off there? Let's see.
I was going to say, Steve, the funny thing is that I think the one in Texas, they were saying that the guy has never had so much as a speeding ticket. There's no record whatsoever of him having any mental instability. I'm thinking, okay, why aren't we trying to find out why all of a sudden the guy takes a gun and starts shooting people up? Or, it doesn't make sense.
He had no record of mental instability. Now that after they've spoke with some of his friends from high school, which I guess he had recently dropped out, but most of them say, he was kind of a strange bird, tended to be kind of violent, but as far as any sort of records of anything, never institutionalized or anything like that. But
well, the other thing that I find curious is it seems like these things happen in spurts. Like 8 months ago, we didn't hear anything about shootings anywhere. It seems like they come, there's like 2, 3, 4, 5 of them within a 3-month period.
Mm-hmm.
Then it goes away and something else happens. I always wonder, why is it all of a sudden, people start shooting things up? Again, it hasn't happened. A year ago, this wasn't happening. Why all of a sudden now is it happening?
Yeah. And you're right. It all seems to come in a rash, I guess you'd say. Yeah. You had the Buffalo incident, then you had the Uvalde incident. Now, day before yesterday, the Tulsa, the hospital incident.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't.
Remember back in the day when the post office shootings, going postal.
Mm-hmm.
It was the same way. I mean, nobody ever did that. Then all of a sudden, within a year, I don't know, like 5 people went into the post office and shot them up. Then it went away. Just disappeared. You didn't hear about it again for years. You know what I mean? I find it curious that just all of a sudden there's a rash of shootings, and then what this is June. We'll see in July when I'm back on if we're talking about this. I'll bet you anything we're not. It just I don't know. I don't know why it happens, but.
All right, let me get back to, I'm trying to see, is that Bruce by chance? Bruce, is that the handle or the name? I got him pulled up here. Bruce, can you hear us? All right, guess that's a no. Let's see if Scarecrow is on the line. Scarecrow, hey there.
Hey, you got me, Ben.
All right.
Now, there's one more thing about that Texas shooting there. I only heard it the very first day. They said that his grandmother had just chewed him out for, not sticking around and getting his diploma. I never heard that ever repeated, on the news or anything since. So maybe that was just speculation or whatever. Anyway, I'd considered earlier in the week about bringing up Horse Feathers had painted those Great Danes of his all white and with black spots, but I thought, that might give away his little current project there. So we just left that one be. Chris, I got just a quick follow-up question to, let's see, it was Kyle that had your back last month, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yeah.
Kyle's always got my back.
Well, as long as somebody's got it covered there, you're in good shape then. Yeah, he answered most everything I had regarding, and I may have informed you a couple months back, but either way, I'm babysitting my son's pickup and camper. He brought it out a couple of weeks back from California to Wisconsin here. I guess he'd rather have it sit in my shop for a couple of years than sit out and bake in the California sun. And it doesn't matter. It's a 2000 Ford Ranger. Just curious, do your products alter the warranty at all on the vehicles?
No. We're safe on all warranties, and I know that a lot of times they try to put like fear language in there. Don't ever do this or don't ever do that, or it could void your warranty. But I mean, the truth is, everything we use has been tested, not just by us, but even by like the bigger companies like Lubrizol, where they go through and make sure that there's we check it for no harm testing. So if somebody were to come back and say, hey, that engine was blown up because you put diesel extreme in, we could go back to them and say, no, here's all the testing. You can't pin this on us. We did our homework. So, but they still they do try to bully people into not using those things, and I understand why. I mean, I've talked to them before, like manufacturers directly, when I've worked with their engineers, and their fear is, they've been pretty honest with me. They said, once we open up the doorway and tell people to start dumping things in their oil or their fuel, then you don't know what's going in there, and it becomes kind of a wild west of us trying to figure out what the problem is. So we just try to shut everybody out. And I mean, they've even admitted to me, we know your products are good and that they work really well and that they help solve a lot of problems. But if we said your product works, then it opens up Pandora's box, and we have to check every product on the shelf to say here's the winners and here's the losers, and we don't want to put ourselves in a position where we have to do that, because it would just be too much of a burden on us. And so I understand the dynamics behind it, but to answer your question, no, there's nothing we make that would ever harm anybody's anything, but it would definitely not ruin anybody's warranty, and we could go to court and prove that if we needed to.
Sure. Well, I plan to do the gas treatment right away here, and it will be operated maybe weekly or every other week or so. He fell into that mistake last fall. He was gone for 3 months, and the daughter-in-law, she neglected to run it as frequent as he had hoped, and he figures that's what maybe killed the battery on it and such. But so either way, he changed oil when he left out here, so it's got about 2,000 miles on Mobile One, and I'll be changing it for him before he heads back. But that's down the road from now. But so yeah, that answers that. And then kind of a bit on the lighter side, but you might want to. Oh, by the way, Steve, you probably forgot that Kyle had suggested that you're taking a road trip up to the tractor pull up here at Toma in a couple of weeks. Might be a worthwhile venture for the program here. That is a super national pull, by the way, there, Chris. But anyway,
are you going, Steve?
I don't know. That's not on the slate. I don't believe. I don't think.
Okay.
I don't believe that Kyle said. I don't think they're going to that one.
No, I think Kyle had said it was not on his rotation, this year. But then in the back of his breath, he said, Steve, and that's kind of that's where that went. But anyway, Chris, earlier in the week here, Monkey Gouger announced that him and Big Moose, they collaborated on an apparatus that allows Monkey Gouger to manhandle a chainsaw proper and such. Now, I don't know if they've filed for patents on that or not yet. There's a couple other listeners out here, the shysters, entrepreneurs that are certainly looking to get into that for about a 1995 special, But either way, my thoughts are next month up in Hayward, Wisconsin here, we got the World Championship Lumberjack competition going on. Now they have a hot saw competition. Now I hope Monkey Gouger's listening here, because this could be quite the adventure. It might be his life's calling. My thoughts are they could load up into that converted school bus of Moose's there, and now the good part comes. You remember Formula One racing? They used to have the grid girls, all dressed up in team attire and holding umbrellas over the competitors' heads to keep them out of the sun and such. Well, I got this vision of half dozen of these young ladies dressed up in the overnight drive attire, altered appropriately for the circumstances, and holding umbrellas as the Gouger comes strolling across the stage there. And now they're not sprinkling rose petals or anything. They're throwing good sized wood chips out, for him to cross over, and Gouger, he's got that sombrero sized cowboy hat, but that might not even be big enough. So these ladies, they'll have the umbrellas. Now, as they say, F1 used to have these grid girls. They did away with that a few years back. So there's probably several unemployed, girls out there that would be jumping at this opportunity. Now we just get the Big Moose and Hillbilly Tex to do the screening process there, and like you say, they could they could find room on that bus of his for these ladies too to venture on up this way, and they'll probably be able to find their way out Hayward. That's just a dead straight north from Toma and La Crosse area way. If they're coming up to the tractor pull, it'll just be a self-autonomous venture for that bus, But so either way, that was just as a truck driver, you got a lot of dead time, a lot of time to think to yourself, and the wheels are turning, and I've always been told I got a pretty adventurous sense of thinking here. So that's just one angle I'm thinking here, Chris. Another area of not actually motorsports, but another area of mechanical competition for Hot Shot Secret and LSI to get involved with. That's what I got for you here tonight.
All right, I like it.
Scarecrow, good to have you on board. Into that one. There you go. Thank you much, Scarecrow. Have a great weekend. All right, roll it up on, what are we looking at, 25 past the hour. You got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. Lines available at 844-844-3388 here on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me see. Just hadn't been keeping an eye on the stream chat here. See who's checking in this morning. Let's see, Terry. Morning, Terry. Lance checking in from Washington State. Good to have you with us, Lance. Looper says, forgive my ignorance. Is that Mike Vick's jersey hanging in the background? Funny you might ask. Yeah, yes, it is. That's a one-night thing. My grandson, young Rowan, who chimed in there during the first hour via YouTube, he said, Papa, can you hang my jersey in there where we can see it in the background? I said, isn't that the guy that got in trouble? He said, yeah, he got arrested. I said, is he the one that was like doing the dog fighting thing or something? He said, yeah, but that was 50 years ago. I said, no, it wasn't 50 years ago. He said, but Papa, he's proud of his, and that is an actually autographed Mike Vick jersey hanging in the background. So I said, okay, Ro, okay, I'll hang it up in there. So that was little Rowan's special treat tonight. I don't, all I know is he's into the football stuff, and he wanted me to hang his Mike Vick jersey there. So, all right, Chris, we're about to news break.
Good grandpa.
Yeah, right. All I know is he was in there, and he wanted to be able to pull up YouTube and see his jersey hanging in the background. So there it is, here on a Friday morning. It'll be down for our Monday show. Hello to Rick Friend there in Columbus checking in. He just jumped on board, I guess a little late getting in this morning. Rick said, just heard several gunshots outside our window. We had it open. It's kind of scary outside. I live here in Whitehall, there in the Columbus area. My gal told me not to call the police. I don't know, is that... I can see, I don't know, is Columbus getting more like Chicago, Chris? I mean, you hear gunshots outside your window any time of the morning, 3:30 in the morning?
Well, sounds like it. Now, Whitehall used to be a really, really nice area. I'm surprised, that you'd hear that in Whitehall, but I live out in the country. You know me. You know where we're at. So I'm used to gunshots. It happens all the time. I don't even blink. Every once in a while, you can hear explosions. You don't worry about that even.
Yeah, and I know there when I'm up there at your Mount Gilead headquarters, there's some kind of gun range right out behind your place or something, isn't there?
Yeah, it's on the road behind us. There's a gun range, but out here, everybody's got acreage, so they just set up their own gun range and shoot.
Target shooting. Yeah.
Easy.
All right, let me see here. All right, Big Moose on the line. I tell you what, I'm looking at the clock, so we got to get our news break. So hang in there. Big Moose, I think, is that Arthur, I believe, on the board. And, of course, lines available. Jump on in this Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
2 people were shot at a cemetery in Racine, Wisconsin. Police describe the shooting as a critical incident and urge people to stay away from Graceland Cemetery. It is not immediately known if any suspects were taken into custody. President Joe Biden says enough is enough as he addressed the nation about the latest wave of mass shootings.
For God's sake, how much more carnage are we willing to accept? How many more innocent American lives must be taken before we say enough, enough? After Sandy Hook, after Charleston, after Orlando, after Las Vegas, after Parkland, nothing has been done.
The president called for a ban of assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Not surprising with the price of fuel where it is and continuing to go higher and higher with each passing day. More and more stories about fuel theft occurring. The latest this week, Maryland's state police arresting 4 for allegedly stealing hundreds of gallons of diesel fuel from a truck stop. The Anne Arundel County Police Department responding to a reported theft in progress at the New Transit truck stop in Millersville, Maryland. When police arrived, spotted a gold Chevrolet SUV being driven away from a U-Haul at the location. Officers stopped the SUV, detained the occupants, but using surveillance video, police were able to determine the 4 individuals in the SUV had pumped about 750 gallons of diesel into storage containers in the U-Haul. Suspects found a way to override the pump system in order to steal fuel. Police arrested all 4. Investigators believe there may be more diesel thefts linked to these particular suspects. But we've said weeks and weeks ago, if you don't have a locking fuel cap on your rig, you darn sure need one in these days. You wake up in the morning, find I had just filled up yesterday and the tank's damn near empty all of a sudden. Happening all around the country. All right, back with Chris and the Big Moose. Hey there.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning, Big Moose. How you doing, buddy?
How y'all doing? I'm living the dream. Y'all playing radio this morning or what?
Trying to.
We are playing radio. Guys, I forgot to mention, I read Monkey Gouger's book. That's good.
Yeah,
it's good. I enjoyed
it. Pretty good. Yeah. I was thinking about writing my memoirs, but apparently they said something about it that constituted pornography or something. So they shot me down. So I have to pass on that. Have to go Mad Magazine or something, write a short story, I guess. Now we was working on that attachment for Gouger to run that chainsaw, I took it in to mail it. I had to mail it from Ohio to South Carolina, down there where he's at. And the guy said, "What's in there?" And I said, "It's a attachment for a prosthetic arm." So anyway, they took my $30. Next day, I wake up, the thing's on my front porch. It's got a letter attached to it from Buster Brown saying that it was undeliverable. What in the world's going on here? Apparently, I don't know. Somebody made mention yesterday that they got some kind of thing about shipping body parts or something. But anyway, it's basically just a tool, you know. So I don't know. So anyway, I took it over to the post office, and for $10 they sent it down there in about 2 days. So I guess next time I just have to tell them it's a hand tool, pun intended. You know what I mean?
There you go. Good thinking.
Yeah. No, I just got up this morning. I'm gonna go get some push water, and Richie Clark's supposed to be bringing a golf cart over, and gonna have the boys work on it for him, and then I'm thinking about going down and doing some roughing it this weekend. I think I'm gonna go out in the wilderness, and do a little what they call primitive camping. Come on.
Okay. Is that
but I
a tent or an RV?
Huh? Oh, just an old rattle trap camper.
Okay.
Yeah, got that 44-foot Prevost Marathon, and it does a pretty good job for what I do. Yep.
Very cool.
But I got all the hot shots and everything. Now, what I was going to tell you is, I need some more slickum, man. I know you told me they having trouble getting that one ingredient, but we're going to have to find a substitute, because I need to do the hubs on this thing, and I need some more of that moose juice.
I'm trying, dude. We did what you said last time. We tried taking some heavier gear oil and using it as an additive, and it didn't work. I mean, we did our wear test on it, didn't reduce the wear, didn't do anything. So it's like, all right, it's
So
tough.
what do we got to do to get some more of that stuff?
Well, right now they're not making it, and that's the problem with a lot of the ingredients that we've got is, you know, they're kind of exotic ingredients, so we don't, you know, we buy kind of weird stuff anyway, and I don't know why, but we're getting a lot of, hey, we're not making this anymore, so we're still working on finding a substitute for it, or maybe they'll start making it again once they get caught up with their other stuff. I don't know what all the supply chain issues are. I mean, nobody seems to, honestly. All I do is just hear a lot of stories, but.
Well, that sucks, because, man, I got to using that stuff, got to liking it.
I'm working on it.
All right. Well, like I said, we need to get that on the ball. I done swiped every bit that I had, and then, y'all sent Bill Comstock a gallon for him to try out. He didn't exactly get to try it, because I lifted it before he got back home to use it. So, but I've done used up all of his supply too. So.
Well, now we're down to just the nub. We got to get some more made.
We got to cook some more of that stuff up. You know, that's what I was telling Steve the other night, man. We need to get all over that. But no, I just been hanging out and hanging on. I run into these people. It's Frank and Cassie. They're what they call schoolies. Apparently, there's a whole bunch of these people that go buy these old school buses, gut the inside of them, and make, you know, living quarters in these old school buses. And I run into them. It was actually a fuel stop, and I got them. I told them, I said, you need to be using this stuff. I said, this is good stuff. So I give him some out of my own private stash there. Man, it didn't take long. They seen the writing on the wall. The figures was adding up, and so I think you got you a lifetime buyer there. They've been telling everybody they know, so we've been trying to spread it around word of mouth.
I think that's the email. We got an email from him in the first hour there, Moose.
Oh, good deal.
Sure did.
Yeah, good deal. So, yeah, well, out here doing my part, buddy. I don't want to be one of them guys you see that my name come up on the phone and go, oh, crap, this guy wanting something again. You know, I'm out here. I'm doing this pro bono for you, son. I'm out here doing my part for you.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. You know, when you do is send you a box of samples, like the 4-ounce EDT samples. You just give them out while you're out there.
Well, I mean, I've been out there. I've been putting it in for them, showing them how to do it, you know, and all that stuff. Because most of these people are happily ignorant of the machines that they're operating. That's one thing that I find kind of surprising. You know, these people sell their properties, and they'll get these big RVs, these buses and things, and they'll take out on the road, and they have no idea how to work on these things or maintain them or anything. You know, I've run into a couple of them that didn't even know how to properly, you know, check the engine oil level. And I'm thinking, how in the world are you going to uproot your whole life, put it on the back of this thing, and not know even how to maintain it or service it, you know? But it's been a treat. They got a big deal he was telling me about. I think it's out in Nevada, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, a bunch of these schoolie guys, they have a big meet up there in the salt flats, and they all get out there and get together and camp, and they'll trade parts. You know, somebody may have an extra one of these, somebody has an extra one of them, and they'll all get out there like a big swap meet, a big get together. I'm going to stick out like a turd in a punch bowl with my rig, but I think I'm going to cruise out there and see what it's all about.
I watched a video on somebody that converted one of those school buses. They do some pretty cool stuff with that. You know,
yeah, and you wouldn't believe this stuff. Yeah, and you wouldn't believe the companies that are making products just for that purpose, to convert them old buses. You know, I mean, they got an outfit that's making refrigerators and cabinets and TV mounts and heaters and air conditioners and flooring and insulation. There's one outfit that guy was showing me. I forget where it's at. I think it's in Canada. They make, you know, how those school buses have all those sliding windows down both sides, you know. There's an outfit that makes a panel, and it'll cover 1, 2, 3, 4, however many windows you want to cover. You can order this panel from them, and it just bolts directly in place of the old window, you know. And man, that's really a pretty neat concept, utilizing them old buses. Because you think about it, once the school district's done with them things, you know, there might be a church or two that might need one, but what do you do with them? You know, once they've served their practical purpose, you know, they really the next step is just take them to the crusher or recycle them. I mean, there's really not much use for a school bus after it's retired from service, but these people are snatching these things up and getting some pretty good deals. I was talking to Frank here, and he's got a Freightliner. It's got a Carpenter cab on it, but it's a Freightliner chassis, and the thing only had like 130-some thousand miles on it. They retired it from a local school district. He picked the thing up for like $4 grand, you know. Wow. And I'm thinking, wow, you know, can't hardly buy the tires on the thing for that, you know. It blows me away how cheap that they sell those things. But I'm glad that people are actually utilizing them. It's kind of a neat deal. But anyway, I just wanted to ring your phone, say howdy, and we'll be talking at you later. So everybody keep it Twixer spotted and solid, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
Big Moose, thank you much. Have a great weekend. Enjoy out there. All right. Hey, hello to No Handle Dave. See, first, it's great hearing Chris again. It's always a great show, very informative. Placed an order not long ago. I got some Stiction Eliminator FR3 Canada Spray, Gasoline Extreme, along with the RV gas generator oil. I gave my future son-in-law a dose of Stiction Eliminator and Gasoline Extreme for his Honda Civic with almost 300,000 miles. Now, he doesn't really keep track of his miles per gallon, but did say he's getting better mileage and he could feel it running smoother. I used the oil in my riding mower and other small engines, just added a splash of Stiction Eliminator plus the Gasoline Extreme. with a splash of FR3 in the gas, just like Chris had said to do in the past. I've always used synthetic oil in my small engines, so what better to use that Hot Shot Secret RV generator oil that was made especially for small engines. I am very pleased with all the products, and with the cost of gas, I'm doing pretty much anything to help save a little money. Doing something a little different tonight, heading back to Indy from Cleveland rather than Kalamazoo. Got 58 degrees on I-71 here. Thanks for everything you do, Chris and Steve, from No Handle Dave. All right, so a follow-up from Dave. There you go.
Thank you, Dave. That's a good story. Good story. And
all right,
sounds like RV products are starting to move a little bit. That's good.
Well, I said that at the beginning. It's that time of year, right? Everybody, I'm thinking a lot of people are maybe not going to be making a cross-country journey, maybe out to Yellowstone, but maybe shorter adventures. For people on the East Coast, maybe they'll head to the Smoky Mountains rather than the Rocky Mountains this year due to the fuel prices. But they'll be out and about. All right, author, I believe, is coming up here. We'll get to the Knuckle Buster and Room for You at 844-844-3388.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let's see. You're up 5 before the hour, at which point we'll get our top of the hour news update. Barry checks in. Morning, Steve and Chris, and all the cartoon characters checking in from Southwest New Hampshire this morning. Great show and love the products. Let's see. There's Gilligan. $4.99 a gallon for regular unleaded in Buchanan, Virginia. Well, $5 a gallon. There it is. Gary, morning, Barry, 62 degrees, clear. Let's see. Southwest Ohio, gas yesterday, $5.05 a gallon. Wow. Barry says $4.89 for regular, $5.49 for diesel there in Southwest New Hampshire. Crazy prices. All right, from the email bag. Morning, Steve and Chris. I'm a loyal user of your products, and I know firsthand they really work. Got a quick question, though. I recently purchased a new Kubota compact tractor. They're known to have a loud hydraulic whine from the factory when new. Well, they weren't kidding. It has a hydrostatic transmission. I was wondering when I do my first 50-hour service, if maybe putting the FR3 into the hydrostatic transmission would be your best product for maybe reducing some of that noise. Suggestions, Chris?
Absolutely. You're right on. Put the FR3 in the hydraulic system. It'll quiet it down. I've got a Kubota. That's what I did, and it worked on that. So you're right down the right alley there.
All right. Spot on, Rob. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get to Arthur, I believe it is. Morning, Arthur. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Chris and Steve. For Chris, have you heard of the Toyota engines that use what they call low friction piston rings?
No. What is it? Low friction piston rings.
Yeah, that's the rings they don't have as much tension in them, so it's supposed to be for like fuel economy. I got a friend that had used one and using a lot of oil. And what happens is if people don't change the oil on a regular basis, it starts having problems with those low friction rings. So I said, well, let's try some of the stiction eliminator in it. And I said, we'll see if it does anything. And so change it, use that the maximum amount. I think it's 4 ounces per quart.
Per quart, right.
Anyway, so I asked him about, it's been in there about a little over a month. I asked him, I said, hey, you notice anything yet? He goes, man, that stuff, it's working. It's not using the oil it was. I figured that the rings probably got sticky from, poor maintenance. And he says it's working. I recommended it. He came over to my house. We changed oil. I had some of that, and I said, let's stick that in there and see what happens. Sure enough, he says he's getting adding less oil now. So I said, well, let's keep it in there to till the next oil change, and I might use it again, but or that or FR3.
Yeah. No, that's good. You said it's a Toyota. Low friction
Toyota.
piston.
Yep. Low friction piston ring. Yeah, they're pretty notorious for those issues. And just a report, I've got I told you before about my Equinox. I've been using your products. I've now got 230,000. Went on a trip with it. And 2,000 miles, I only use maybe 4 ounces of oil.
Nice.
That's original engine. Yeah, that's you. Now I did go back to putting some more stiction eliminator in it just because I had my high pressure fuel pump was leaking some fuel into the oil. It was like I turned off the car and it kept kind of like running on. And that's, they say, because of the vapor, I guess, that gets in the crankcase from the fuel. So I dumped the oil out, replaced the fuel pump, high pressure fuel pump, direct injected car, and I got the stiction eliminator. It's running still nice and smooth. And I usually just run the FR3, but this time, since it had the fuel in there, I figured I'd run the stiction eliminator.
Good thinking, yep. That's what I would have done.
Good products. Your transmission stuff works great too. I told you about that before. So far, and I use the everyday diesel treatment in the Duramax when I run it, and I promote your products when I can. I was in a Rural King, and I we were talking about some oil back there, and I told the guy, have you ever tried this FR3 stuff? He goes, no, and he grabbed a 32-ounce thing. I said, try it. He says, that stuff works good. So I saw him at the counter purchasing it. So anyways, that's all I had.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Passing the word on to friends and getting results. So you guys have a great night.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Arthur, thank you so much for checking in. All right, well, that'll close out hour number 4. Final hour just ahead. All right, Knuckle Buster, hang in there. Got you coming up here, and plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Texas State Senator Ronald Gutierrez is raising questions about whether information on 911 calls from inside Robb Elementary School was relayed properly to responders at the scene of the shooting that left 22 killed. In a news conference, Senator Gutierrez said he spoke with the agency that regulates the 911 calls, and it was unclear if the information was relayed to the school district police chief, who was the incident commander on the scene. President Biden may be heading to Saudi Arabia as gas prices soar. He is expected to travel to Europe at the end of June and could add a stop to Saudi Arabia to meet with the leaders. The White House press secretary has declined to confirm if he will be traveling. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
COVID numbers are down.
COVID-19 numbers are starting to decline over the last week, both infections and deaths. Hawaii had the highest infection case rate with 89 new reported cases per 100,000 residents. Republican-led states of Oklahoma and South Dakota had the fewest, with less than 10 infections per 100,000 residents. COVID-related deaths in the nation last week was roughly 300. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Prime.
This comes as Pfizer has completed its application to the Food and Drug Administration for an emergency use authorization of its COVID-19 vaccines for children under the age of 5. The company said the vaccine has an efficiency over 80% at preventing systematic cases of COVID-19 in children between 6 months to 5 months. The vaccine could be authorized by mid-June. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The Food and Drug Administration will be looking into a baby formula recall.
The FDA's response to a recall at a baby formula facility in Michigan will be the subject of a new investigation. The Department of Health and Human Services confirming the probe regarding the Abbott Nutrition plant in the southern part of the state. The probe will focus on the FDA's actions before the recall in February. That includes policies when it comes to facility inspections. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
AAA has some advice for parents during the 100 deadliest days for young drivers. That's the time span between Memorial Day and Labor Day. The Auto Club suggests parents talk to their teens about the dangers of speeding, driving drunk, and distracted driving. They also say one of the best things parents can do is teach by example. AAA says more than 7,100 people died in teen-related summertime crashes from 2011 to 2020. Attorney Michael Avenatti was sentenced to 4 years in prison for defrauding his former client, adult film star Stormy Daniels, out of $300,000. Daniels' current attorney, Clark Brewster, takes issue with people who called Avenatti a good lawyer.
His legal scholarship was seriously in doubt.
Ahead of the sentencing, Avenatti sent an apology letter to Daniels. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Two-wheel teams from the Buckeye State are uncommon carriers. They'll fill the stands for the wheel standers, but their Grand National season opener will have to wait. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Well, we're saddened to report the postponement of the Clay Hill Summer Sizzler in Atwood, Tennessee to 2023. The second edition of the event would have occurred this Friday and Saturday, June 3rd and 4th, but bad weather hit their independent fair a couple of weeks ago, and digging everyone out resulted in damage to the racetrack's infield. They got more rain on top last week and could not have gotten the grounds in shape to host competitors. We'll plan to return to Atwood about midway between Memphis and Nashville in western Tennessee in 2023. So keep an eye on ntpapull.com for more information. But volunteer state pulling fans won't have to wait until next year, as the Chapel Hill Lions will host their Super Bowl of the South on Friday and Saturday, July 22nd and 23rd. Details are at lionssuperpoll.com. As for the two-wheel drives, they'll now pull for the first time this year at the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin. That marquee Midwestern match will take place Thursday through Saturday, June 23rd through 25th. The two-wheel drive class includes trucks weighing up to 6,200 pounds, including the driver. The engine must be of automotive type, is limited to 575 cubic inches, and may be supercharged or turbocharged. The vehicle's maximum length is 15 feet. A two-wheel drive may have a truck, bucket, or funny car type body. The maximum tire size is 18.4 by 16.1, and the maximum drawbar height is 30 inches. In two-wheel drive, it's a couple of Western Ohio owner-operators that keep the freight moving. The Petros of Camden, Ohio are among the most venerable names in pulling history, with 12 Grand National titles to their credit, including 10 in a row from 2009 through 2018. Elder statesman and Hall of Famer Randy, the founder of Petro Trucking in Camden, Ohio, earned 5 of those championships with Kathy's Complaint, a Ford T-Bucket named in honor of his beloved wife, who initially feared for his safety in the open cab machine. After Randy's untimely passing in 2020, son Jesse has carried on the tradition with Complaint, as well as his own 6-time champion Buckeye Hauler, while cousin Joey Frazier of Liberty, Indiana, pilots Running Block to round out a potent 3-truck force in the division. Meanwhile, just up US 127 from the Petros are the Seacrests of Salina, Ohio, Brent and Christy, who take turns driving their own bucket, Nothing Easy About It. They are just an off-season removed from their first Grand National campaign, which saw the tandem leading the points heading into the final event after Christie's massive victory at the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio. Christie was voted the NTPA's GN Rookie of the Year, and the Seacrests are no doubt contemplating other awards as they begin their sophomore season on the Premier Circuit. During the week, Brent drives for Seacrest Trucking of Salina. So whether in Toma or at another stop along the championship trail, drop in and cheer on Jesse and Joey and Christy and Brent along the awesome drivers and teams that pull for the National Tractor Pullers Association. Check out ntpapull.com for more information and a national schedule that probably includes an event near you. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right. Thank you, John Dunlap. NTPA update here on a Friday morning, TGIF. Speaking of Yahoo, it's Friday, right after the Overnight Drive on TNCRadio.live. Catch Tom Kirk's new show, Keep On Talking, live. Great discussion this week as Tom and several callers dug in on the truck parking problem. Wednesday morning, one truck hit another illegally parked truck in Pennsylvania. The driver was killed. Lives were ruined. There has to be a better way. Listen in on the discussion as Captain Kirk looks to reopen the counter of knowledge. Then stick around for music and memories from America's trucking sweetheart, Marcia Campbell. All this and more, TNCRadio.live, on the website, the app, Alexa, or with Get Me Radio on your internet-connected TV. And as always, have a great weekend. All right, as we get our final hour off and rolling, let me get to the Knuckle Buster. Hey there, what's happening, Knuckle Buster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers, Mr. Chris Belcher. I got in late, so Horse Feathers make it out of Alabama okay?
He did indeed. He checked in earlier, so I guess he'll be going to check out that fire truck later this morning. Yes.
All right. Well, that's good. I guess Bobby Sue didn't molest him too much there then. So, anyway, he would have liked that. I liked on your commercial break there, they was telling teach the kids by example. You know, your kids watch you real closely, you know. I mean, they'll remind you of stuff you said and the stuff you did there, right?
Yes, sir.
Bible says to raise up your kids in the way that they should go, and when they're old, they'll not depart from it. Well, I got news for you. I, and Chris ain't got no business being up there on top of Mount Rainier. I'm tell you, you ain't got to worry about having a smoke break because you'll be coming down sucking for some air. Kind of like that airplane they tell you that yellow mask falls down, just put it on your face and breathe naturally. Yeah, I'll be breathing all the air I can get because that thing's going down. I can fly all day. It's that crashing and burning that bothers me, right?
Yep.
Well, trucks are red and tractors are green. That's the best policy to have. So I don't know about them orange tractors there. Well, I sent this to you yesterday, but I didn't get a chance to even talk about it there. Somewhere in America, a racer will load his car into a double-decker trailer, grab a beer from his refrigerator of his motor coach, settle onto a leather sofa, and complain about the high cost of racing. I bet Chris can sing something too about that, since he sponsors a bunch of it there. And somewhere else in America, a racer will load his car into a battered open trailer, pull some cold ones out of his cooler from the back of his old truck, and talk about what a blast he just had there. So
it's all about the perspective. It's all the perspective, in other words.
Oh yeah, absolutely there. Well, this Wisconsin, let's change gears here. This Wisconsin man, he allegedly threatened to shoot lawmakers who vote to arm teachers. You vote to arm the teachers, he's going to come up there and shoot you. Now, That don't make no sense, Steve. I mean, they arrested that guy, and they should have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my policy is always carry your water blaster with you, like American Express, never leave home without it. And I think I read an article where Ohio was going to arm their teachers.
That is true.
Some of them, anyway.
Yep.
Well, that's a good thing there. Well, when all else fails, y'all read the back of the bottle, follow the directions. That's the best thing to do. You won't have to be calling Steve to ask for something. And then here's my final thought for the day, Steve. There's no such thing as a grouchy old person. The truth is, once you get old, you stop being polite and start being honest. And that's all of my bull on it for today. You and Mr. Chris, have a great day, buddy.
That's all his baloney. Little insight. Yeah, he mentioned the school teachers in Ohio. That is a bill in Ohio allowing teachers and other school staff to carry guns on the school grounds with less training time. Indeed, passed the state legislature. It is expected to be signed by Governor DeWine. I think it gets down to this. Do we want our kids to have a fighting chance in the event that the worst happens, right? According to one of the bill's sponsors. And for us, we'd just like a school to be able to have that option, allowing local school districts to make their own decisions. So there you go. I think we're going to see more and more of that around. That topic's been discussed in numerous times over the years. Always comes back with some of the same answers, but that's the breakdown here in Ohio. Hello to Truck and Phil.
Sure.
Morning, Steve Summers, Chris Gabrelchik, and the Hot Shot Secret Overnight Drive Nation. Ready for the Fort Wayne Air Show. All the big hardware flew in this week to the Fort Wayne International Airport, parked on the tarmac at the 122nd Air Wing. All right, happy Friday, coffee up, ready to head out to Sterling Heights, Michigan, make that flip back to Fort Wayne. All right, so entertainment for some of the folks there in Fort Wayne this weekend. Good to have you on board, Truck and Phil. And got a follow-up from No Handle Dave here, Chris, who said, maybe Chris could market his RV gas generator oil for the lawn and garden segment of the industry. He has a small engine combo on the website, so there could be another product to put in that category, maybe with a different label. I would have never thought to look in the RV product section of the website if it wouldn't have been for just exploring the different products. Like I said, I always use synthetic oil, and the price of Hot Shot Secret oil was very comparable in price to the other high-end synthetic quartz at my local Walmart. So it was a win-win knowing it was from Hot Shot Secret, and it's already got the FR3 added to it. Anyway, just an idea Chris may want to explore. Be a great marketing idea for the website and even retailers like Rural King Tractor Supply. There you go. An idea from No Handle Dave.
All right. No Handle Dave, thank you. Our goal, actually by the end of this year, is to fill out every category with products, to have a marine line, a outdoor equipment line, and then the RV line. So I'm pretty sure that's all of them. So we're working on that, but we got kind of, as I said earlier in the program a couple hours ago, we got sidetracked with supply chain issues. And, you know, what happens is, let's say one of the ingredients in Stiction Eliminator is no longer available. We have to bring in, 5 or 10 likely substitutes and then blend up batches, blend that batch with oil, and then run it through a series of tests to see which ones perform and we don't lose any performance characteristics. So that takes, maybe 2 to 3 days of nonstop testing, for each product. Now, times that by 10, probably 10, not more than 10, of the different ingredients that have become either cost prohibitive or just no longer available. So it's been a full-time job for, the R&D team, which I think there's about 4 or 5 people in there now, to get samples, call around, do research on it, and say, hey, this looks like something we can use. Can I get a quart of it? And then they run it through the tests. And then, a couple days later, it's like, okay, here's something that'll work as a substitute. So that's really all we've been doing for the most part, just to keep up. So a lot of our other projects got put on the back burner until we can get this part of it finished, including greases. The grease and the slickum, all those things were, that's what we talked about all the time. And then it just got pushed right to the back. And now this is all we do. Been a frustrating year as far as that goes.
Wow. I shared a story, I think it was week before this past. Someone sent me a link, and there were 6 different companies. I mean, this business that you're in, and there's all kinds of different product lines and whatnot, but it was the breakdown, the announcements from, and I shared each individual announcement about the price increases, and time after time they were talking about the dramatic increase in, I think is it the base oils that they were talking about? And these increases were anywhere from a minimum of 8%, announcing that our prices are going up. And one of them was increasing prices by 18% for their product.
We had a 40% increase on cetane. Following the cetane improver, we had I think it was 18% increase, and then less than 30 days later, a 40% increase.
Wow.
I mean, you can imagine what that, that our cost of goods goes up so high, and, we're trying to, buy up all that we can, at the old price. And then we got to, try to figure out, okay, is this going to go back down before we have to raise prices? Because we don't want to raise prices, then have to drop them again, because it's a major ordeal to get price increases through to everybody. So it's been a crazy 12 months.
So when they talk about what is a base oil? What do they mean by that?
That's the oil that we start with when we make like engine oil.
Okay.
So like if it's a 10W30, it might be like a 20 weight engine oil, base oil, and then you put things in it to make it 10 and 30, and then you put detergents and DI improvers.
Breaking it all down to make the various product lines. Okay.
Yeah, well, and some of the base oils aren't even available. Like we had to pull several of our engine oils offline. They've been on back order for months, and then finally it's just like, okay, they kept telling us next month. Then we got the base oils in and found out the dispersants weren't available. It's been just a bear.
Wow.
No complaints. It's just a challenging time to try to make product.
Crazy times. Okay, let me see here. Icebreaker is on board. Morning, Icebreaker.
Good morning, Steve and Chris. How y'all this morning?
Happy Friday.
Good, buddy.
Happy Friday to you too, sir. On that, you was talking about the oil reserves there, and Biden put out 1 million barrels a day. I heard when he started doing that we paid $40 a barrel for that oil that was in those reserves.
There you go.
And and he's selling it for $106 to $116 a barrel. So what's he doing with the money, I wonder?
What I'm saying.
Yeah, and Chris, I put the gasoline extreme. I got a 2019 F-150 with a 302 in it, Coyote motor. And I was getting like 18.5 miles to the gallon, and I put the gas extreme in it, and it jumped it up to 21 miles a gallon. So I was well pleased with that. And pretty good? No, not yet. Mm-mm. Okay. I'm sorry. Someone talking to me while I was talking to you. My question is how, it's got a 36-gallon tank on it. How much of the gasoline stream should I use?
I got to look it up. You think I'd have all this memorized, but I don't. So, did you say 16-gallon?
No, 36-gallon.
36.
Oh, 36 gallon? Yeah, then I would probably put in like 20 ounces.
20 ounces?
Somewhere in that.
36 gallon. And you do that every other tank full?
Yep, every other tank until we come out with gasoline everyday gasoline treatment. And then you'll just be able to put in like the 2 ounces like we do with the EDT.
Okay. Now, dropping that down, and the reason I'm asking that, 'cause I just bought 6 bottles. I bought 6 by accident. I was going for 2, and I hit the wrong button and submitted, and I got 6. But that's fine. It'll work. On a 13-gallon tank, I mean, is it broke down so many ounces per gallon, or can I figure it that way, or?
You can.
How?
So it'd be around 3. You're going for around 3 to 4 ounces per gallon. And you can go higher. They don't, like the EPA kind of restricts to a certain point. They don't want us to put more than that, but you could put, 4 ounces per gallon in there and be okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's what I want. I didn't want to put too much, but I didn't want to put not enough. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Is that right? 4 ounces.
But yeah, it made a difference.
But that's a 12% increase in fuel economy.
Oh yeah.
That you just told me. So that's like 60 cents a gallon on gasoline. I mean, again, it's hard to conceptualize what we're talking about when you talk about going from 18.5 miles per gallon to 21. I mean, that is exciting, but when you look at it and say, okay, well, what is that? That's 12% increase in fuel economy. Well, how much is 12% of a gallon of gas? Well, that's 60 cents. It's like, man, if I get 60 cents a gallon rebate, I mean, my Kroger card doesn't even give me that.
All right.
Yeah, I know. I've been trying not to let it get below a half a tank. In other words, when I go to fill it up, it's I'm putting anywhere from say 15 to 18 gallons in it, and I hate when it hits 18 gallons. That's $70-some. And that's crazy. Most of the time, I'm keeping it around 50. I think last time I filled it up, it wasn't quite a half, and I think I put $59 in it. And but yeah, I put the day I put the gasoline extreme in, it felt like, and this is no joke, it felt like somebody had put a turbocharger on that F3 on that 5.0 engine.
Mm-hmm.
It just,
I know it. I mean, it sounds
different.
I mean, it sounds almost like we're doing an infomercial, but I haven't done it this year, but I used to do testing all the time, especially in the summer. And I tell you, one time I took it was like a Class B it was a Class C camper, and I just wanted to try it out. And I thought, man, let me see how good these are. So I put the Shift Restore and the Gasoline Extreme in it, and the FR3, and I did a test going, I think it was from here to Cincinnati. And I came back and did it again. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. It felt like I went from a 8-cylinder to a 10-cylinder, or from a 6 to an 8. It was that much difference. My top speed was, my top speed before was maybe 45 miles an hour going up a big hill. I mean, now I'm doing 55 and 60. I mean, it was a major difference, and it's like, wow, that's huge for 32 ounces of fluid all in. You know what I mean? It's like we didn't add a turbocharger. I didn't take the engine out. All I did was just put some fluids in. Now all of a sudden I'm enjoying this drive.
Yeah. Like I say, I was really shocked, and I push it to all of my friends. I tell them what it does to me, and as a matter of fact, I think I talked to you. I don't know. It might have been last year or year before last. I can't remember now. A friend of mine bought a 1996 diesel pusher, 38-foot motorhome, and it had like 30,000. No, it had 25,000 miles on it. And we put the sticks in the eliminator and the diesel extreme in it. We went out to Sturgis, And it made all the difference in the world in that. We got better fuel economy and the power in it and this, that, and the other. But, yeah, he's been using it religiously ever since. And I'm getting ready to put it in my wife's Camry. I'm getting ready to change the oil, so I'm putting the stiction eliminator in it. It's got 160,000 on it, and see what it does. But yeah, I'm really sold on your product. You got a fantastic product there. Just like I said, I wish I could get it at the store, but I have been ordering it online and getting it that way, so that works too. And I get it within 2 days after I order it, and I live in North Carolina,
that's good.
so that's pretty good. So, but that's basically all I got there. I just wanted to tell you that and to find out basically how much to add. I didn't want to add too much and not enough.
You got it, man. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for all your compliments, and you're pushing the product for us too.
Oh yeah. Before I started driving the truck, I was in the car business for 33 years, and I was over the service department at a car dealership, and the stress sort of got to me, and I had to get out of it. But I study things like that, and when I find something that really works and I'm pleased with, then I try to pass it on to my friends and family and this, that, and the other to let them know that, hey, this is something's going to save you some money, and it ain't no snake oil.
There you go.
It works.
There you go. All right. Icebreaker, thank you so much. You have a great weekend, and thanks for chiming in. With that, we got to get our news break in, and we'll return after this Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
During his speech to the American people, President Biden urged Congress to make a number of moves to reduce gun violence in wake of several mass shootings in the country.
We need to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. And if we can't ban assault weapons, then we should raise the age to purchase them from 18 to 21.
The speech follows last week's shooting by an 18-year-old gunman who killed 19 children and 2 teachers at an elementary in Uvalde, Texas, and another shooting on Wednesday in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where a gunman shot and killed 4 people and himself at a medical office. A 911 dispatcher has been fired after hanging up a call coming from inside the Top store in Buffalo, New York, where a gunman opened fire, killing 10 people. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Airdog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Airdog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, there you go. Welcome back. Now, if the call screener is correct, we're going to speak to someone we haven't spoke to since about 10 days after we started this venue, January 28, of 2021. Is it the Horseman?
Sure is, Steve.
Well, good morning. Long time no talk.
Yeah, well, I'm more into listening than talking. Chris, I turned my brother on to the Stiction Eliminator and everyday diesel treatment. He runs a 0764, and he just can't thank me enough for it. And he wants to. He got a hobby of making his own guns. He makes a lot of stuff. But anyway, he wants to look into your gun oil. All right, you guys got it on the site ready to go out? Were you able to get the bottles like you were looking for?
We do. We have bottles, product. That product is good and ready to go.
Good. And I told him to go to the website and look up. Some of the guys were talking about basically an everyday gas treatment, and I told him to look up for his wife's Mercedes with a gas engine. So he's getting big into that. He just thinks this stuff's the greatest thing going. So, but I got another question for you. Your Tire Hog, did you guys get that off the West Coast?
Off the West Coast? No.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
no, we invented it from scratch. We
Okay.
started designing it. Yeah, this was like on the back of a napkin, sitting around drinking beer, to graph paper, to CAD drawings. So yeah, it's been an adventure.
There's another one out on the West Coast somewhere. Where what it's doing, where it's sitting, I'm not sure of. But I know I heard about it 20 years ago. And the reason I heard about it is part of my family was the original designer. It's still the same thing. You extract, it breaks down the tires, extracts the metal, the carbon, the oil, and all that. My uncle was in on it as one of the designers.
What was the name of the company?
I have no idea. There were 4 of them that graduated from the Maritime Academy out there. When they all retired, they got into this deal. And they were backed by a tire company called Les Schwab out there. He put up the money for it, but they designed it.
And is it running and operational, or?
Don't know whatever happened to it. He's passed away, and I only heard about it when they were in the design stage. And so I was just curious about that.
Hey, if you find anything else out about it, let me know, because I'm, that's going to be the next project to really start pushing forward here. We've been running into problems, with conveyors and gaskets. So it's been a 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Spend 2 days fixing it.
Yeah. I don't know if it's sitting out there somewhere abandoned or what the deal is, whatever happened to it. But I know that I was told about it when they were building and designing 20 years ago.
Yeah, that'd be exciting to find out about, because I couldn't find anything like it when we did it. There was people trying to build tire plants, and then there were people using pyrolysis where they were, heating up the tires in different kind of apparatuses, like like trying to melt chocolate. But as far as having a mobile unit, ours is mobile. It's on a 53-foot flatbed, so you can take it right to the tire site. And then when you run the shreds through, the microwaves extract, it pulls all the hydrocarbon out, and it comes out in the form of gas and oil. The chiller separates the gas and oil, and the gas goes in and runs the generator that powers the whole thing, because it takes a bunch of power. It's got 3 microwave generators on it. So it's a pretty massive machine. But then what comes out is just like pure carbon black, and they can reuse that for tires and things.
Yeah. Well, they were going to extract the rubber, carbon, oil, and then the metal out of it too, the belting.
Yeah, the belts are already taken out before we get the shreds. So ours comes in, like we take the shred product and run it through there, because that part of the industry is already fairly mature. There's probably dozens of companies that make tire shredding equipment. So they can shred it, make it into little pellets. It's just, after that, what do you do with it? So when we get it, it's almost metal free, like 99.9% metal free.
Because microwaves don't work well with metal, correct? That's the idea, that you can't really put metal in a microwave setting, or?
Yeah, they get a little bit grouchy. It's kind of strange. It does okay with the metal as long as there's no 90-degree surfaces or less. So everything inside's got to be rounded. So the microwaves have to be able to bounce off and not arc. If it arcs, like if there's any kind of sharp corner, any kind of point, like a piece of metal wire, it wants to make an arc. And, the arc can lead to a plasma ball because there's so much energy in there. And the plasma ball just wants to, bounce around and explode. So that's not what you want. So yeah, you got to keep those out of there.
I don't know how they were doing it all. I had just heard about the machine and that my uncle was in on the design on it. And like I said, it was 20 years ago I heard about it. 20 or 20 plus.
Cool. Well, find anything else out, let me know.
Yeah, I was just curious about it. Well, he has since passed away, and so I don't know what I'd be able to find out about it, but and also I'm going to admit something. I gave away your overnight drive coupon code, Steve, to my brother when he ordered his gun oil.
Well, that's quite all right. I mean, hey, somebody took advantage of it, right?
Yeah. But that's all I was curious about. So I'll let you get back to whatever hinge knitting you all doing.
Okay. Thank you, Horseman. Now, don't be a stranger. Don't wait another year and 5 months to check in again. January 28 of 21. So he's like a second-time caller now. How about that? Hey.
I'm impressed that you keep track of all that.
Well, I don't. The call screen thing, this digital thing that answers the phone, shows me when the caller was last.
You should have told me that. I would have stayed really impressed. You didn't have to tell me that.
Sorry about that. You think I could keep
You
track?
should say, Chris, I have a photographic memory. I remember everything.
See, like this says, Pup last called the show May the 19th. So, yeah, he doesn't. What's going on, Pup?
Oh, just holding on to the old steering wheel. Hey, morning, Steve and Chris.
Morning.
Hey, did you get a chance to watch that YouTube video I sent you today?
I don't think so. What was it?
I sent it to you and Moose and them guys. But it was about this little deer. These kids were playing in a sprinkler, and this little deer comes up there, and he starts playing in the sprinkler with them. I thought that was pretty cute.
I have not seen that. Did not catch that.
Hey, Chris, last Thursday I made an order, and by Friday it was there, and I opened the box and everything, but they forgot to send me my gasoline extreme, and I talked to Rex, and he said he'd send it right out, but I haven't received it yet. And I wondered if you guys were temporarily out or...
Nope. We have everything in stock except for a few motor oils, a few different weights of motor oils. But everything else is in. We're actually building up inventory quite a bit just because we're going to do some moving things around here this summer and trying to make better. So we've been working extra just to get extra inventories in. So no, it should have been there. I can check on it, or I can check with Rex tomorrow.
Okay, that, or I could call him if you, because you'll probably want to take a nap. But I don't know, as nice as today was, I might be playing hooky from work tomorrow or tonight. So.
I'll shoot him over an email right now and just put it in his box when he gets here. Yes, I'll need to take a nap. I mean, I'm not like Steve's like professional overnight drive guy. I mean, this is like nothing to him.
Yeah, he's a real pleasant guy to talk to and stuff and everything. Had a good time talking to him. But I just kind of curious. But no, I really like your products too, and thanks for sponsoring the show. And you guys have a good weekend, and don't drink too many skull busters there, Steve.
You're telling me what? Say what?
That's like the pot calling the kettle black, ain't it?
Yeah, the princess she's had me booked up and scheduled with things to do like the last 2 weekends in a row, which pretty much prevented any copious consumption of skullbusters. I couldn't be driving down to Kentucky to go to the Ark Adventure and all that with the grandkids in the car. I've been a good boy for a couple weekends in a row now.
Oh, heck. Man, that's hard on your metabolism, ain't it?
I got some.
Wait, what's a skull buster?
It's Mon-
It's just beer.
Monkey Gouger calls my Miller Lite Skullbuster beer. He thinks Miller Lite's crap beer. He thinks the real beer is Bud Light. So he calls my beer Skullbuster.
Gotcha.
I guess.
Did you have a headache the next day?
Well, for me, it's just the opposite. If I drink Bud Light, that's the one that gives me a headache. I transitioned over to Miller Lite years ago because I really did notice it. I didn't have that horrific headache the following morning like I did from Bud Light.
I tell you, every time I drink 24 beers, I wake up with a headache. It doesn't matter what kind it is.
I wonder why. Oh, boy. Hey, quick 2-minute timeout. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There it goes. We head down the home stretch this Friday morning. Hello to Steve. That's our friend from there in the Columbus area. Hello, everybody. Friday is here. It's time to wrap up the week. No out-of-towner today. Just some local odds and ends. Things to take care of. Saturday, we'll make our yearly pilgrimage to Jungle Gyms. The wife's aunt wanted to see what it's all about this time. All I know is any store where you can buy a fine cigar and a pound of camel meat under the same roof is aces with me. Everybody enjoy your day and enjoy your weekend. Have you ever made the pilgrimage to Jungle Gyms, Chris?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I've never even heard of camel meat. I didn't know that was a thing.
If it's something available around the world, you're pretty much able to find it at Jungle Gyms. I don't care what culture, what country. It's just it's unbelievable. It is really an adventure to go into this place. You could spend hours just walking around, checking out the different stuff they've got available there.
Jungle Gym. There's one in Columbus?
When he said the pilgrimage, I know there's one here in Cincinnati, Fairfield. That's my daughter makes the run out there probably once a week. Every weekend she'll go out there. Just as far as like for grocery shopping for me, it's too big. It's too vast and spread out, And if you have something specific in mind you want to go in to get, sure. Or if you just want to kind of explore, but it's way too big for me to go try to do actual grocery shopping.
I'm looking at their website. Looks pretty cool, but like you said, you might need one of them little scooters to get around in there.
Yeah, it's truly an adventure. It's a pretty cool place to check out. Put it on your bucket list. Hey, good morning, Senor. I'm a heat wave. I took your line.
Good morning, Senor. Jacques Sommers, Chris. How you doing?
Going great, buddy. How are you?
Oh, fair to middling, partly cloudy. Other than that, everything's all right. Hey, got a question for you. Do you have, since you're dealing with a bunch of lubrication and solvents, do you by chance have a cleaner that you can use if you get grease or oil stains on your clothing? Or have you even thought about something like that?
I haven't even thought about something like that, but
I'll tell you,
I can tell you
why I ask. I have been driving for 28 years, and the last 3 I've been driving for this yellow thing, and I have never gotten so damn greased up walking around trailers doing inspections as I have with this yellow company. I don't know what it is about them and grease, but I mean, if it's a part of the truck, tractor or trailer or tires that ain't got grease on it, it ain't a yellow truck. That's all I can tell you. I mean, I've got a really nice pair of cargo jeans on, and I'll be damned if I didn't come up with a little turd of grease that's about the size of my fist on my leg. And someone had said Dawn works pretty well, but I thought maybe, I didn't know if you had even thought about having a degreaser in your arsenal.
We do. Yeah, there is one product that we have that we could use as a degreaser, but I'll tell you what we use around here, because we have the same problem. Obviously, we have problems with oil getting everywhere, including the carpets. There's an orange cleaner that we get from an industrial cleaning place, and we've tried everything to get some of the stuff out. And that orange, it comes in a spray bottle, but it's an orange degreaser. It uses citrus. And man, that is the only thing that cleans, that takes the oil off of fabric for us. And we've tried everything, and we've gone through like dozens and dozens of different things, because again, people come in from the shop and they have something on their shoe, and next thing you look in your, on the carpet, and there's like footprints going out. So that's not good.
No, I hear you.
Try it. If you can find like an orange degreaser, try that and see if it doesn't do the job for you.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Steve, I posted Lake Mead on your page, and I mean, it's beautiful blue water, but damn, you could see where the water was.
I saw
at one
that.
time.
Yes. Now, how many feet is that? Is that probably 15, 20 feet down or something? Maybe low.
Oh no, I think it's lower than that. To tell you the truth, I mean, I'm still about a half mile away from where the water line was, and when I was on the bridge and you saw this canyon that had very little water in there, well, just on the other side of the northbound rail is where the dam is.
Wow.
So it's like a little puddle with a river running through it.
It's way down. All right, heat wave. I'm looking at the clock. I got to roll. Chris, we got to say farewell for the June visit. So we'll chat with you again, I guess, in first week of July, unless I'm not sure when 4th of July rolls out. We'll get that scheduled in for July. But hey, thank you so much, and have a great day, Chris.
You too. Enjoy your weekend, buddy. If you need anything, give me a call.
Will do. All right. Thank you very much for all of our listening friends out there. You do the same. Have a great weekend. Thanks for being with us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.